Prime sub is free.
Well, hello. What's up, boys? Rygrix with 93 primes. Oh my goodness. Welcome back, Rygrix. How you doing? What is good? This nasty ogre again? Haha, this character. What do you mean? I'm beautiful. Alright, we're going straight to either D3 or D4 Inarch. I'm trying to decide if I want to jump straight into D4. If I want to do a D3 run first and get the feel for it. I think we'll do a D3. He's got such good loot. He's worth killing multiple times. I think we'll do a D3. And then if it goes well, do a D4 right after. I need to change loadouts. Can we change loadouts in this zone? Okay, sweet. We drop Berserker and we pick up Shaman. So yesterday we killed D4 dragons at level 43. Pretty impressive. I think we could have done it at 40, but 43 is still pretty good. I don't think anyone else has done that. So now we're going to try doing some D4 gods at 46. Which I'm pretty sure no one else has done. I think. I wish there was a way to tell. I wish there was like a leaderboard. I need some system to validate my accomplishments in this 30-year-old video game. Yeah? That's what I need more than anything else right now. I also need to cast Spirit of Wolf so that we don't run so slow. Although I don't even really think it does anything at this level. Because you get like natural run speed or something as you level up. Yeah, we're at 39. I think Sal would put us at like 41. We need Bard speed or the Paladin Shadow Knight horse. Those things are so good, dude. What's my AA looking like? 162. We pretty much have all the key stuff. I mean, maxed out combat agility. Combat stability. Combat agility would be nice to have. Getting that avoidance makes a big difference. Having some more health regen, you know, it would be nice. But we got critical affliction. All this stuff, all the spell dot crit stuff maxed out. 10% spell crit chance. 100% crit damage. Eventually we will want to dual wield, so I want ambidexterity, but we're not quite there yet. We're still using sword and board, so I can get a bit tankier. And then the spell casting stuff would be nice, like getting less mana cost on spell. That would actually be kind of huge if we max this out. That's probably the next one I'll get, since these fights are all about efficiency. Don't really need any more of the class AAs. Life burn does sound kind of fun. But yeah, most of the good ones we'll get for free as soon as we hit 50. So yeah, the reduced mana cost is probably the biggest thing I'm missing right now. I wonder if it stacks additively or multiplicatively with the mana cost reduction from the focus effects. I don't know if it will happen, but in THJ Discord, we made a speedrun leaderboard so people could race. It was sick. Yeah, we'll have to do something like that. I'm thinking it might be Paladin, Enchanter, Shaman for launch, dude. Because I think Charm is going to be so strong with spell upgrades. I think Paladin's the best tank. And I think Shaman's just the most broken thing in the game. I feel like that's where we're slowly trending towards. Okay, so let me swap weapons. Serpent's Tooth +4. One of these days we'll have a good weapon. Will we, though? Not till launch, probably. Is there anything else I need to change? We need to change the spells that I'm using. Also, we need to get our permanent buffs rolling. Mount A is kind of worth it, 75 velocity. I know, we can't use it on Warrior, though. It's only Paladin and Shadow Knight, unfortunately. No, I love that AA. That's like one of the first things I bought when we started the Shadow Knight. Okay, so between 43 and 46, what did we pick up? We picked up a better pet. Although he's still not good enough to get affected by the pet focus. So we picked up a better heal. That's huge, actually. I could get the... could use the... This is kind of interesting, actually. Could use the Shaman pet instead of the Necro pets. I'm going to try this. I think he might be slightly better. Auspice we're not going to use. Rage isn't... Oh, that's really good. That's... Whoops, I clicked off the wrong one. Let's see. Attack. Attack. There we go. We're going to get a bunch of free stats from Rage. Really, really good Shaman Perma. And then I think that's about it. Harnessing of Spirits. This has some weird, if I remember right, this has some weird interaction with their other buffs. I don't think it's good. I don't know if I can use... First of all, this is the wrong buff. This is what happens when we have too many different spell bars. This is what happens when we only have 2 loadouts. Okay, yeah. I don't know if we can use Augment Death on the Warder, because he is, in fact, not dead. Okay, we can. Sick. We'll just go with that. He's 36. That doesn't seem very high. Hold on. Let me pull the other one back out. I think this one's 37. I don't know if this does anything, but just in case. Although, I guess we could, I think this will work, actually, if I grab this focus effect and put it on Serpent's Tooth. Yeah, we can still use that. Okay, yeah, he's 30. Okay, we'll assume that he's a little bit stronger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Paladin, Shaman, Necro be better DPS than the Enchanter Charm? No, I don't think anything beats Enchanter Charm. And it's pretty insane. Against dragons, the Enchanter Charm alone is like another 100 DPS. In Sky, with like a bee pet, I think it's actually even way higher. I don't know what the ceiling is because I think people are still like leveling up Allure and getting the higher level pets, but I'm hearing people getting like 200 DPS pets in Sky. So I don't know what class could possibly bring that much as a third. But if you're not charming, then yeah, I would go Necro over Enchanter. You're gonna get better mana regen. You're gonna get more dot DPS. You've got the pet who might be good. I still haven't really gotten to push the pet to his full limits. I don't know how much better the Necro pet is than the Shaman pet, but it's got to be pretty good, right? Okay, I forgot to... Hold on. Some of these I need to describe over. Yeah, Strength. I love that the highest level Strength buff is just called Strength. Okay, Stamina we already put on at 43. Is there anything else? Okay, so now we got to look at the actual spell loadouts. We want to put Insidious Retrogression in here somewhere. We need to replace Greater Healing with Superior Healing, which is pretty massive. Massive upgrade. We're pretty limited on room. Unless I want to get rid of one of these dots. So 150 mana. Decreases the movement rate, strength, and attack rating for a minute and a half. I mean, it's pretty good. I do think we need to fit this in somewhere. I'm just not sure where. We can't get rid of Venom. We can't get rid of Assistily. I think Chilling Embrace is pretty efficient. Odium is also pretty heckin' sick right now. So maybe Scourge. We could drop Scourge. I mean, this is efficient, but it's not like, I don't know, it's not that efficient. It just lasts a long time. It feels bad though. I mean, we could drop Nullified Magic. It depends on what the boss is running. We need Malazement. We need Slow. We need Incapacitate. We need Shadow Vortex. Yeah, all this stuff is like non-negotiable. Can I just get one more spell gem? I think it's got to be Scourge. We're going to drop Scourge. R.I.P. Scourge. This is going to get even harder when we get Ignite Blood next level. I'm going to figure out what to rotate out for that. Luckily, everything else... Ooh, and then Plague. Plague is so good. Yeah, 49, this is going to get harder again. We can swap E-Bolt in for Venom of the Snake. It's the same line. But then I'm really going to want to put Plague back in. Damn. Maybe we don't use Dark Soul? We might just pick like a set of 5 dots depending on the boss. Because not every dot's going to be good against every. Also, Puma only lasts a minute. Oh, man, that's going to be... Level 50, we're going to have this problem all over again. We're going to have to put Puma on. I don't know. I don't know, boys. Maybe we'll only have to... Be only to run 4 dots. Or maybe I just won't have... We'll see how much... Can I just cast it on myself? And see what it does? So I have 443 attack and 351 strength. 4351. 4351. Can't land spells on myself. I have too much resist. Damn, that's pretty good. That's really good. That's like 80 strength and 80 attack, dude. That's a crazy spell. Okay, so we absolutely do need to use this. Did it remove anything? Did it eat one of my buffs? I feel like I'm missing a buff now. Oh no. Stamina, agility, strength. This is the wrong strength, though. Oh, it yeeted the shaman buff. Rage, the permanent buff. Is that what's... Okay. Every once in a while, that buff falls off. And I can't figure out why. Now we know why. It's when mobs use Insidious Retrogression against you. Okay, so then in that case, it does not, in fact, lower your strength by that much. Because it was ripping off that buff. Let me try it again. So now we're at 334 strength. I mean, I think it's still pretty crazy good, though. 31 and 34. Okay. So it's like 25 strength. And 41 attack. Still pretty good. Assistantly lower strength by 40. Let me see what Incapacitate does. It really didn't last very long. It says a minute and a half. I think Enchanter gets 6 mana per tick AA. Seems close to Lich. It is close to Lich if you keep Wandering Mind on the mob. It's pretty close. I think you get like 6 or 7 from Clarity, and then you get another like 4 or 5 from the class AAs, and then you get like another 6 from Wandering Mind. So if you add all that together, it's pretty close to Lich. But I do think Lich is just slightly better, and also it saves you a spell slot because you don't have to worry about casting Wandering Mind. But there's other things that Enchanter or that Necro brings to the table as well. You have more crit chance for your dots. So all your dots across the board are going to be doing like probably 20% more DPS. Then you've got the Necro Pet, which, again, we still kind of need to push it to the limit, see how strong it really is. But I think it's going to be pretty strong compared to just the Shaman Pet. You got to think, like, what is Enchanter really bringing to the table if you're not Charming? Because most of the stuff Enchanter can do besides Charm, Shaman can do also. So that's why I like Necro over Enchanter if you're not Charming. Right now I run Paladin, Monk, Enchanter. I tried Zerker instead of Monk. I feel bad on raids. Yeah, it does. Zerker does feel bad on raids. You think Shaman buffs dots would outpower the Monk with Mend? Yes. Yes, I do. I think Shaman is the strongest class in the game right now. Mallow-Tash on a pet, top-end pet is unreal. The Mallow-Tash combo is good. Also, just the Shaman dots, dude. The Shaman dots are so strong. Even if you just use like 1 or 2 of them, it's so much DPS for free, for close to free. It's like so efficient. What's the NA server called? I think there's like 6 of them. Freeport, Aguk, Rivervale. Overchannel seems to drastically improve charms. Yes, yes. Magic resist is the biggest determining factor in whether or not you can charm something. So Overchannel's good. Tash and Mallow are good. I had the Frenzy falling off issue. Yeah, it's if you're fighting Necro and Shadow Knight mobs. Okay, so incapacitate. This time we want to look at AC and strength. Agility's whatever. We're at 509 and 334. So 0934, 0934. That ripped something off too. What did that rip off? It's supposed to tell me when my spells get removed. Isn't that supposed to appear in like the worn off combat log? Okay, so like 13 AC, which is decent. It's not like earth shattering. We lost 50 strength, but I don't know if that's because it did it rip off anything else. What else did it rip off? These are all resists. Inner fire. Here's my stat buffs. There's Spirit of Ban Li. Did it rip off Frenzy again? It did. Or actually, I don't think I casted it. So just kidding. Wait, what did it rip off though? Now I'm missing 2 buffs. The first buff that I'm missing is the Shaman Perma. Oh, goodness. What else am I missing? I have to go look. Like Enchanter is the strongest class in the game right now outside of raids. Yeah, for leveling, I think Enchanter is better than Shaman or Necro. Shaman and Necro, I mean, they're fine for leveling, but they really come online when you're raiding, like when you're trying to chug an immense amount of single target damage. Okay, so we've got the 4 stat buffs. We've got haste. We've got inner fire. Am I using this? Oh, okay. So incapacitate rips off shifting shield. God, I hope they fix some of these things before launch. It's like there's so many little bugs of buffs ripping off other buffs that they're not supposed to. Missing agility? I think it's right here. Yeah. Surprised you don't use the Alt B view for your buffs. I mean, I'd still have to figure out, well, what did Alt B just do? Apparently Alt B is like a macro on my video editing software. No, I don't want, you're not even running. What is this? Get off my screen! I didn't consent to this. Can I use modern UI? No, obviously not. Pretty obvious within the first 1 second of looking at the stream that we are not using the modern UI. Good job, Zebby. Okay, so I have to wait another minute and a half for this to fall off. Let's go ahead and get the Shaman buff back up and running. What did we learn? Did we learn anything? Okay, so if it ripped off the AC buff, then it's probably not actually even lowering my AC that much. But it did seem to drop my strength by like 50. So I still think that's pretty worth it. To drop the boss's strength by 50 for like 5 minutes. At least in the early game. I don't know, dude. I don't know, just pumping harder. I like having more damage might be more worth it. It's hard. It's really actually hard to limit it down to 14 gems. I don't know how it would look on not modern. You're literally playing on the modern UI. You know how it looks. You've been staring at it for the last 87 hours. Okay. Let's see if my AC actually goes back up when this wears off. To 504. Okay. Wait, so how much does shifting shield do? It's only 5 AC. Huh. Okay. Well, might as well. Okay, and then gotta recast Rage, then we'll be good to go. Well, now I also have to recast Alacrity. Let's just recast everything. Do I have the extended... Okay, I do have extended enhancement. Man, even with all that extended enhancement, haste still just lasts 15 minutes. Okay, now what am I missing? I'm going insane, you guys. Oh, I'm missing this one. We didn't cast it. We memorized it, but we didn't cast it. Okay, there we go. Crisis averted. Let's go kill some stuff. Like Modern, it has more distinct icons, so you know what's versus what. I know. I'm thinking about switching. I just like that this one has like a little bit of style to it, you know? The Modern UI feels kind of lifeless. It just feels kind of like not very EQ to me. It is a lot more like well designed though, I think you could say. Oh yeah, I just got triple attack. So that's leveling up. Hey, new boots. I love these guys. These guys always have great loot. I don't know where my DPS meter went. I have to restart it. Okay. My boots are +3 now. I think they were like +2 before. Huge. They're almost as good as those crush bone boots now. Okay, this guy, I don't think he has anything we need. I don't think any of them have anything we need, to be honest. At this point, I feel like all we need is more warrior gear. I'm trying to think. Yeah. Let's just sneak past all this stuff. Time for dual wields. I need to get the ambidexterity AA if we're going to dual wields. Grandmaster Ratal on D4 or on. Oh, we're only on D3. Just kidding. Let's see. We definitely, yeah, we have a damage shield we want to get rid of. Hopefully I can mim spells right here. I've done this before. Let's go over here and do it. I think it works right here. Okay, Maestro, let's go ahead and open with a over-channeled slow. Okay, and an over-channeled dispel. And another over-channeled dispel. Warrior Bard Magician. Could be worse, I guess. Okay, let's see what kind of resist he's got. So he's Mallowed and Scented. And he resisted Odium. We don't like when they do that. Okay, overchannel both of those. Let's try a regular poison. Regular poison's working. Okay. Let's try 2 poisons. They're both good. Let's try diseases. So far, so good. So it's really just magic. Really just magic resist. That's a common theme with a lot of these fights. The bosses seem to have a lot of magic resist, but not necessarily poison or disease. Okay. He does 0 damage. So we can definitely kill this guy on D4. It's very easy. Let's go back into overchannel. Roll these curses. What else can we do to him? Shadow Vortex, I guess. Steal some AC. Bop him a little harder. Alright, now we're just chilling. Resisted Asystole and Scourge. Oh, okay. We suddenly decided to have some disease resists. What a bolt. Can you get the neat crown he's wearing? I don't think you can. You can't loot a lot of the fashion off the bosses. Sometimes you can loot the weapon that they're holding. But they didn't go as far as making it so you could loot the fashion that they're wearing. Oh, so many dots to pay attention to. I am kind of excited to go back to Enchanter for launch. As crazy as Charming is, there's something a little bit more direct about it. Okay, I think we need to spam some heals. We got Canny coming up. He's getting a decent amount of resist. I really do have to kind of overchannel a lot against this guy, which is wild because we have Scent and Malasement on him, but I think it's just a level difference. These bosses really don't care about a lot of your spells if you're not level 50. Get yourself some DS potions. We're not going to use potions. The game's already too easy. We don't need to be getting into all that. That's really high effort. Maybe for launch. We'll see. How long does it take to actually level up alchemy? Probably not that long. D4 Maestro is great for testing because he's basically a pinata once you get geared F. I've hit 450 to 500 DPS on him before. What build were you rocking for that? I feel like this is the one instance where when it comes to Enchanter, your outcome is going to be like super RNG. Shield of Stalwart Seas, this thing is so good, dude. Like, this alone makes me want to play Paladin. It's so strong. 45 AC at +3, 25 strength, 25 stamina. My goodness. I think it used to be Erudite only. That's why it was so good. Now it's just OP. Bard. Trash, obviously. Mote of Greater Potential. Which one is this? Rank 6. I thought it was going to be higher, honestly. That's the first level 6 moat we've looted, I guess. Okay, neat. Who do we got around the corner? Lord of Loathing. I feel like there's nothing I need off this boss. Maybe the Scythe. It's a double friggin' healer, though. I kind of would rather just not bother. The problem is sometimes the fight with Inaruk, like... if I get knocked back at a weird angle or something... Alright, let's just do it. You have the Plat Alchemy, will probably take you 1 to 1.5 hours. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not trying to spend an extra hour and a half prepping for fights that are already not that challenging. How have you been enjoying this combo? I just got mine to 24 today. It's feeling pretty solid. I think it's incredibly strong. Yeah, if I were to play it at launch, I'd probably replace Warrior with Paladin. But I think even with the Warrior, it's incredibly strong. I'm going to be trying it with SK too. This is the build you're trying, Marine? What about Grandmaster? He has a bunch of monk stuff. The only thing that I would want off of Grandmaster is the Slowstone Amber. Because I want to see if it still has charges or not. I don't know. Maybe one of you guys knows. Can you use the Slowstone Amber as a slow item if you're a monk? Or does it just get used up? Oh, how I wish I had a better Dispel. That is one thing Enchanter definitely has more than this trio. We just need to get Resolution on. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter that much. We're not doing a huge amount of melee damage, but I would still like to get rid of this. How many nullifies was that? 5? Brutal. Resisted over-channeled Malasement. Yeah, sometimes being level 46 is just like that. How is he interrupting me so hard? Not even getting hit that much. Okay. And now we wait. He's recasting arch shielding? See, I don't like when they do that. I don't like when they rebuff. And I've got like 6 dots running and I can't dispel because I'll dispel my own dots. Yeah, see, like, you rip off Malaisement. That's so rough, dude. Okay, there we go. He's properly dispelled. Valor of Mar doesn't matter. We're canceling that out with Togors. What's up, Jason? How you doing? Okay, I really need to get this slugs off. Man, this guy is... It's like interrupting all my heals. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna do some inverted dots and see what sticks. Okay, poison sticks. Disease sticks. Does magic stick? He resisted one of the curses. I also miss having the mana burn from Enchanter for situations like this. That mana burn was so nice. Love seeing hate. Can't wait to be there. I know, it's going to be so fun to come back here at launch. Do you guys think these mini-bosses are a little too spongy with the higher difficulties? It's kind of just like... It takes so long to bring them down. I'm fighting this guy for almost 6 minutes. A Rogue Monk Berserker DPS test has made me rather sad. Also made it clear the guy claiming 2-minute D4 any was full of shit. 290 Strength Dex with +4 Skyfist did the exact same DPS as 3 Shaman Dots. Nothing else with 0 synergy. Yeah, unless I see, for whatever reason, there's a lot of just like weird fake info about how different builds are performing. Unless I see a video of something, I'm taking everything kind of with a grain of salt right now. I mean, Rogue, Monk, Berserker is one of those things that sounds good on paper, and then when you actually try it, you kind of just run out of stamina. Or health, depending on which stance you're using. You kind of have to have a Shaman in there. Like, as much as I would like to play a triple melee class and just blast, I think that's only going to work in a group setting. I don't think that's ever going to work solo. Also, like, even if you are in a group setting, honestly, dropping one of the melee for a Shaman is probably more DPS anyways. Unless someone's already running Shaman dots. Because they don't stack, right? If you have 2 different Shamans dotting the same target, you can't stack them. Does anyone know? Maybe they do. I don't know. Curious how effective Ranger AA will be. The attack one, it's really good. I like playing Ranger with Paladin. Because you would land way more smites with the Ranger, buffing your attack. Also giving you triple attack. I think really geared out Monk, a Rogue, Berserker on a 60 boss in the front would cap around 300 DPS. Are we talking like in Berserker stance? Part of the reason I tested Warrior, Paladin, Berserker, someone lied about how good War plus Blood Runes were, and I had to verify it. Yeah, people see stuff and they're like, oh, this is going to be so good, or this is so good on this other server that I played, or this is so good on the, you know, the TLP that I played. And it's like, okay, well, so you're guessing. Another way of saying that is that you're guessing. You not got to play with Puma yet? No, I haven't done any level 50 rating because I've just been like, I don't know. I've just been killing stuff at low levels just to limit test, you know, just to like see what's possible. We already know that we can beat everything at level 50. So like all we're really doing once we hit level 50 is parsing. I figured like as far as actually increasing difficulty, trying to do everything at the minimum level possible seemed like it would be kind of fun. Plus it sounds cool, you know? I could say I'm the first person to kill D4 Interrupt at level 46. If we actually pull it off, we'll see. They stack from different classes? Stack from different players. Okay. Well, yeah, in that case, then just like everyone should have a shaman no matter what, right? I mean, it's so good. Giving yourself Puma procs is pretty crazy as well. Okay, I'm just gonna overchannel this whole time. These trash bombs resisting me is so rude. Shaman with AAs and +5 spells, including Puma on a pet, is going to add over 300 DPS without even using nukes. Yeah. Yeah, Shaman, it's too much. I don't know about 300, but it's more than anything else in the game, for sure. There we go. See, this is how fast the mini-bosses should die, too. Necro Shaman together, the Necro A is bonkers with all the dots. It's okay. I mean, it's 6%. Your dots are going to do, on average, about 20% more damage. On Necro, it's not as amazing as it sounds. The tooltip for it is very confusing. People think that it, like, increases your crit chance the longer it goes, and it doesn't. It's just a 6% crit AA. That's all it is. Okay, so we'll have to see what NE actually resists. I'm trying to think back from other fights. I know his fire resist is not that bad. I think his magic resist is like middle. I don't know about his poison or disease resist. We might have a bit of a trial run this first time around. I'm thinking I'm gonna drop Scourge. Man, why is my pet getting wrecked so hard? Is it getting round kicked? These monk multi-class mobs punch hella hard. This one's so much stronger than the other trash mob we just fought. I'm kind of worried. Maybe we drop Dark Soul. Scourge is... I should do the math on these. I keep eyeballing them. But I think Scourge is better. Okay, we're using Venom 0, Scourge 0, Dark Soul 2. Actually, it won't update the... I have to look here, don't I? I don't think the tooltip gets updated when you... I have to look in the actual combat log. And then assistly, this is more for the stats. We don't actually care if this is efficient or not. Well, I might as well look. I think it is actually decently efficient. Okay. So let's see. Chilling Embrace is 124. Is there variance on these? Ooh, there is. 133. I don't like that. 141. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to average it? What's the actual range on the thing? It says it varies by 4 damage, but it definitely varies by more than that. Okay, we'll just kind of guess. It doesn't need to be that exact. Okay, and this is currently taking me 146 mana. There's no initial damage, right? Okay. Odium 3. It's like 400 something. 387, 374, 347. Why is it so low? Thought I remembered hitting in the 400s. Okay, maybe not. Maybe that was only crits. And then that is 337 mana. Oh yeah, how many ticks each? So Chilling Embrace, this is going to be 9 ticks. Odium is going to be 7 ticks. Assistally. No initial damage. 62. We can't read the tooltip. I gotta actually look. 78. 68. 74. Okay, we'll go with the middle value. $84 mana. How many ticks is that? 9? I think that's 9 ticks. No. This is only 8 ticks. Yeah, I put 9 for chilling. That's wrong. Because it's 7 ticks at 6 seconds plus 1. Yeah, so that would be 8 ticks. This one's 9 ticks. Okay. And then Venom would be 7 ticks. 243. 260. 260. 256. We'll put that one. $178. So yeah, that's still our best one by far. And we get an even better version of this at 49. Okay, Scourge is 13 ticks. 117. It is a lot of ticks. 103. 110. 175 mana. It's actually slightly better than Odium. Go figure. Okay. It's not even leveled up. Last one, Dark Soul. 7 ticks. 153, 174, 170. 160, 167. We'll just kind of average all those together, and 168 mana. Okay, so Dark Soul's the worst of our nukes. Kind of suspected that. The rest of them are pretty identical. Chilling Embrace, Assistally, Odium, and Scourge are all about 8 damage per mana. It's not totally fair comparison because some of those are upgraded and some of them aren't. Although they're about the same level. They're all level 2. Odium's level 3. If we leveled up Scourge, it would be better. Venom is by far the best. So we want to keep these two no matter what. Plus, both of these get upgraded to level 49. So we're going to keep both of these no matter what. I think Dark Soul can probably go. A lot of these bosses, it's hard to stick magic dots on them anyways. So I think this is the one that's going to go. We're going to replace it with... wonder why it's not under disempowering. Is it under direct damage? Where is this spell? Am I going to have to go search my spell book? We're looking for Insidious Retrogression. It's under Snare. Okay, fair enough. It does do that. That's funny. And it is considered a disease. So hopefully we can disease any. Do you have Burning Affliction 3 yet? Good question. What do I have? I have Burning Affliction something. Where do you get Burning Affliction 3? I do, yeah. We have that one. From the Belt and Fear. With +5 and 3 dots, my Puma procs was 255 DPS. Didn't have a pet, but I think with pet, Puma should be close to 50-60. +5 and just 3 dots. Really? Well, I mean, I guess Odium is like 60 to 70, depending on how upgraded it is. So if you had 3 of those, yeah, I guess. Do you get just as much DPS out of Plague and Bolt that you do Odium? That's so crazy strong. I'm struggling with decision paralysis for combo after wipe. What are you stuck with? Let's get into it. SK Shaman Bard. SK Necro Shaman. That's better than the Bard for sure. So far I'm on option 2. Paladin Zerker Shaman. Paladin Zerker is very fun, but it's not great for raiding. The Necro one would be a lot better for raiding. Paladin Enchanter Cleric. Paladin Enchanter Cleric could be very very unkillable. DPS would be a little bit lower. You can replace the Cleric with a DPS class on that one and still be really strong. Pal Beast Shaman. I think Beast sucks. Out of all of those, I would choose SK Necro Shaman as they're written, or I would make one of those changes. I forget which level you get Plague. Plague is the highest. Yeah, that's 49. Plague and Envenom Bolt are both 49. They're both insane spells. Shot diseases are the most efficient, but because they last so long, it's kind of pointless to use unless you're fighting bosses. Right. But I mean, bosses, that's kind of what we're trying to parse, right? Is who can kill bosses the best. For leveling, I think we already know. If you want to level fast, it's all about playing a class that just nukes super hard. Or Monk. Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter. Puma any good on Charm Pets? I haven't tested it, but I don't see why it wouldn't be good. I think Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter has the potential to be the highest DPS in the game. It's hard to think of something that could beat it. If you're charming. You'd have to charm to get the most out of it. But yeah, Charm, Shaman and Charm are probably the strongest DPS additions that you can have. Shaman Dots and Charm Pets are probably the 2 strongest DPS tools in the game right now. And then Paladin Smite is just really good. Plus the sustain that it offers you with Lay on Hands. Plus it gives you access to defensive stance. Just generally keeps you alive. Probably the highest DPS of the 3 tank classes. Maybe it depends on what you're fighting. If you're fighting something that's undead or not. If you're fighting something that's not undead, then Shadow Knight might be higher with Reeve. But you're spending health instead of mana. So yeah, I think Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter could be the highest DPS build basically in the whole game. That would not surprise me if that's how it turns out. Okay, we're just gonna rehaste and regen. And then we've got 15 minutes to kill this boss. Do you guys think they're gonna add like an enrage timer or anything? I kind of think they should. There's some key changes that I feel like they need to make now before launch, or else people are gonna get like real mad if they make it happen post-launch. Cannibalize and Lay on Hands sounds ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, Cannibalize is already so good. And then with the Paladin, you get Mage Hunter stance. You get this with Shadow Knight too. So you can pop into Mage Hunter real quick, do your Cannibalize, and instead of it hitting you for 2k, it only hits you for 1k. and you swap back into defensive. Even defensive, you'll take like 400 less damage. But yeah, you can pop Mage Hunter and you'll take 1,000 less damage from the canny. Okay, so we're up against Cleric, Ranger, Wiz. God, that's the hardest. It's like the hardest one. Okay, so he's going to have access to Cleric, heals, and stuns, which are really annoying. And then because he's a Ranger, he's going to spam the level 50 Ranger ability, which is Force of Nature, which is a permanent damage shield and attack bonus. So we're going to have to dispel that every time he does it. This is going to be rough. This is going to be rough. You think Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter is more DPS than a pure melee build? Oh, yeah. Yeah, way more. Yeah, I don't think Monk, Rogue, Zerker could even come close. I think the Shaman by itself probably does as much DPS as Monk, Rogue, Zerker. I mean, there might be some like crazy end games scenario where you're using like a +10 Cudgel of the Fool, where the melee build suddenly is doing more, but you'd have to like be so crazy geared for the melee build to even come close to what Shaman and Enchanter can put out. Also, like leveling Monk, Rogue, Zerker is kind of rough. You're just out of stamina all the time, and you're out of health all the time too. You have to like sit between kills a lot and wait for your health and stam to come back. Okay. But if you're playing with a friend, it's good. I'm always defaulting to solo, so keep that in mind. All this commentary is defaulting to solo. We're going to pull with a big slow, and then we're going to overchannel into Malaisement, and then I'll probably stay overchanneled for a wee bit. Until we get all these debuffs off. I want to hit him with Insidious Retrogression. Okay, let's start rotating heals. He resisted Insidious even with Overchannel. That is not a good sign. If I can't disease this boss, we are in trouble. Okay, we landed a Systole. He resisted it again! Oh my god, dude. I can't poison him. Is Odium the only... We shouldn't have lost... We shouldn't have taken Dark Soul off the bar. So... I vaguely remember having this issue the first time we fought Annie on the Shaman Mage. It's kind of coming back to me now. I think the magic dots might be the only thing we can land. Which means this is a wipe. We're gonna have to at least put Dark Soul back on the bar. Oof. Yeah, we cannot even... That is so crazy that I can't even land it over channels. Oh, I don't have Scent of Darkness on him. Oh, because he's resisting this too! Literally minus 40 over channeled and minus 45. We're hitting it. This is minus 200 resist on top of whatever this is reducing, Malaisement. He's at like minus 300 poison resist, and I still can't hit him with poison. What are we doing? Okay, so different strat. I might kill myself here. I need to get that cooldown running now. All we're gonna do is just keep him very debuffed. And spam heals and recovery stance and use Odium, because that's all we can do. So. At level 47, we get a fire dot. But we're not level 47, are we? We are, in fact, not level 47. I wonder if I was using... Let's see. Chilling Embrace is level 2. That's minus 30. I wonder if we use, like, a level 49 nuke at, like, plus 6. So it's, like, minus 90 resist, then maybe... Okay. I'm gonna get my slow somehow. Yeah, so we need to keep Incapacitate and Shadow Vortex on him. The other debuffs are diseases, so... It is what it is. Let's throw out another Odium. This looks doable. D4 is going to be a stretch, but the D3 is definitely doable. I just, now that I know that, we would come in here with a very different strategy. We might even still be able to kill him here, though. I just need to stabilize. I need to get a couple more candies off. It'll help a bit when he runs out of mana, too. We don't have to worry about, like, a stray Ice Comet coming in. Because then I can be a little bit more aggressive, can he? I could try to combat Mem Dark Soul. Maybe once we get a little healthier. Seconds uncanny. At least my pet's not taking any residuals this fight. I don't have to worry about him at all. Okay. So my mana is now higher than his health, which is a pretty good indicator that we won the fight. And he's healing himself because he's a friggin' cleric, but... There's Force of Nature. Did we interrupt it? Okay. I really need him to run out of mana, dude. I do not want to deal with Force of Nature. It's another heal. Yeah. Keep healing yourself. That's fine. Let's get that. It doesn't really matter. He's only healing himself for like 500, which is, you know, that's nothing. That's 5 seconds, 8 seconds of damage or something. Okay, he's almost doomed. Don't cast Force of Nature at the last second. Alright. I guess it's a slow cast, because it seems like we keep interrupting it. Me and Vonaker. Me and 26 DPS Vonaker. You guys see how dumb this strategy is, though? It's literally unbeatable. Okay. Yeah, that's a very clear win. I think we're gonna get a little silly with it now. Try to speed this up a tad. Where is Dark Soul? It's like a level 30 something. Okay. Got it. Hey! Huge. That's like another 30 DPS on the board. Would have been nice to have that at the beginning of the fight. It's actually kind of wearing my endurance down. This is the first boss who's been able to get my endurance below 90%. Okay, next canny. Let's get healthy. Can he do it? Okay. Yeah. Very easy boss for little babies. Very little baby boss. We'll run it back on D4. Isn't there a fire dot level 24 to 29? That is true. There's no reason we have to use a high level dot. I mean, it's a long ass fight. Boil blood. Yeah, we could use boil blood. It's only like 11 DPS, but it'll probably be like 14 or 15 DPS with our focus effects and stuff, so yeah, you might as well. I mean, we're only doing 100, so we're probably doing more like 120 now that I've fixed we've got 2 nukes, but yeah, you're right. We'll drop these poisons and put in. Do I need to re-slow? Nah, he'll die in the next 8 seconds. Easy game. Look at all these friggin' upgrades, dude. I love... This boss is the best loot pinata in the game. His loot is so good. All these items that used to be race-specific. Engineer's ring +2. Now it's +3. We just gained every stat in the game. It's got 27 AC on it, too. Earring +4. That's probably not going to go up. Yeah, it's still +4. And then Ring of Pure Bloods. We can't use that. We can only use that if we were a magician on the last build. We're not a magician anymore. Okay, so yeah, what a yoke. Let's do this again, and good call on the fire dot. We'll add that to the mix. Do you actually kill him or do you bore him to death? I mean, we're doing... For level 46, like, 120 DPS is not bad. I think we could get it up to like 150, 160 with some adjustments. Honestly, my defense is feeling kind of good. I might dual wield. I'd be a lot more tempted to dual wield if I had A, better weapons, and B, enough AAs to buy ambidexterity. But, I mean, like, the true endgame version of this build with, like, you know, like a +6 sky weapon and level 50, we'd actually, the warrior would be bringing a lot more to the table. We'd be smacking pretty hard with just melee. Here, we can look and see what the breakdown was. So, yeah, I mean, just the +4 Serpent's Tooth, which is a pretty underwhelming weapon, was 15 DPS. We could easily double that with the better main hands. And then throw in a good offhand. That's probably going to be another 10 or 15 DPS as well, if it was, like, upgraded and everything. So... yeah, just the warrior alone, I'm guessing, can probably bring another like 30 DPS to the table. I mean, more than that, really, because we're level 46. By the time we're level 50, our offense skill is going to be higher. All of our weapon skills are going to be higher. We could probably get like another 40 plus DPS just from the warrior. Right now, we're kind of just using the warrior for boatloads of AC and regen. Um, yeah, Odium doing 60 DPS. Dark Soul doing 32 DPS. And then Boil Blood. Boil Blood will probably do around 20 because we have crits too. So it's not just going to do like sheet damage. It's going to do every time the doc crits, it crits for triple damage. So it's going to do a good amount more than baseline. Cleave damage will also go up with a better weapon. This will go up a lot. A better weapon and a slower weapon. We put like a chonky weapon in our main hand. I mean, right now, well, 27 delay it's okay. But if we get a one-hander, I don't know. What's Dagus? I think Dagus is fast actually. Yeah, Dagus is hella fast. Never mind. 21 delay. So that won't change our cleaves too much, but it will have more damage. I actually think that there's a shaman weapon that might be kind of good for this, which is a little embarrassing for warrior. You'd think the warrior weapons would like blow everything else away, but they kind of don't in this era. What I would love to see is a sort of OSRS approach to the game. Make certain fights require certain builds to kill. Not all fights can be killed with tank and smeg type stuff. Yeah, it does feel like just tanking and being very efficient with your mana is the strategy to deal with pretty much every fight in the game. I am seeing some people start to do like wizard burst comps and claim that they are getting D4 kills with that. I haven't seen it, but I'm seeing people talk about it in general chat. You'll see bigger numbers with dual wield and ambidextrous. Yeah, for sure. And also just more levels and weapons. Forged Velium Claymore? I don't think we can get that. Fangle, that's a two-hander. Probably won't use this, although it would be, I don't know. Is this in era? Is this from Sky? Yeah. It is for the purposes of cleave, it's interesting. I still think dual wield is probably better. What is Fangle's breath? Just straight 120. Yeah, I probably use that. Oh, we're high enough level to use weapon procs now, though. I should actually pick one. I kind of forgot about that. Ashenbone Warhammer. Another two-hander. Sunder Fury. Another two-hander. 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 This one. Is this a one-handed weapon? Garduck? It just says piercing. Does anyone know? Because it's kind of good. These are all two-hand. Where's Dagus? Shouldn't we have seen it by now? There it is. 0.52. Okay. Would say two-hand piercing if two-handed, I think. If it said that in game, I would believe it. For the wiki, I'm still kind of everything's, you know, you gotta take it with a grain of salt. Because in actual classic, I don't think there is a two-handed piercing. I think it's just piercing, right? I don't know. I could be wrong. Yeah, these are like all two-handers. I wonder if there's a way to filter. No. Wish there was. Well, if we can one-hand that Shaman Spear, then that's really good. If not, I don't know what offhand we would use. Serpent's Tooth, I guess. The one we already have. It's not that far behind Dagus, actually. Yeah, everything else is two-handed. Spine Dragon Claws. This is basically a Serpent Tooth with less stats. Pretty sure it's a one-hand primary. I bet it looks sick. So, yeah, I mean, at some point, we should go to Planet Sky and get these. We probably won't, though. The beta ends in like 3 days. We'll see how this any fight goes. If we run up against a wall, then maybe I'll be motivated to go get some weapons. We could also just hit level 50, though. That's the thing. I do sort of want to just hit level 50 and play around with Puma and all that. And I also want to play around with the Necropet. I really want to test the Necropet fully decked out by the time the beta ends. So I think that's a priority over farming Sky. I might do like 1 or 2 runs through Sky, but I don't think I'm going to go that hard on Sky. We just don't have that much time left. Poly's SKs had numerous two-hand piercing unique to them through the years. Gardic is one-hander. Okay, cool. So we could use that, and then Dagus is primary or secondary, right? So we could put that in the offhand. What happened here? Oh no. Which buff did I delete? We got our 5 resist. We got our 4 stats. We got haste, regen, armor. I think it was this one. Okay, there we go. I just loaded the wrong set. I can't wait till we got more loadouts than 2, dude. More loadouts than 2 is going to be wonderful. Now what? I'm missing shielding. Is it because it doesn't stack with shifting shields? I thought it did. Dude, buffing is by far my least favorite part of EQL. It drives me so crazy. There we go. On THJ, I don't know why that got ripped out. I mean, there must be another bug that gets arch shielding dispelled. Dude, on THJ, your self buffs are just permanent. All of them were. And it was so much better. Oh god, it was so much better. Okay. We are ready? Nope, one more thing. One more thing. I gotta buff the pet too. His thing's gonna wear off. He did alright. He did what, like 26 DPS for a not max level pet without the focus effect? He did alright. Shielding doesn't stack with Shaman HP buff. That I do know. Yeah, I don't use the Shaman HP buff, but it should stack with... The AC buff should stack with shielding. I don't know why. I don't know what happened to my shielding there. I think the boss just ripped it off somehow. Okay. So... we always kill the 2 chests, because they're just so wonderful. I love their loot so much. How come my parser disappeared again? Does it just not work on chests for some reason? Every time I enter this instance, my parser dies. Huh. There should be a rank of quick buff that reduces the cooldown to 1 minute. Even still, having to juggle spell gems to buff is a huge pain in the ass. I think what they should do, I think the most elegant solution is you add a buffing column right here. So you see how, like, on the ability screen, there's an auto skill column. Okay, you copy and paste this over to the spell screen, and you just call that column quick buff. And then you check the box, and then if that box is checked, when you press quick buff, it casts that spell. It doesn't matter if it's memorized or not. What an elegant fix. Brilliant, easy. And then reduce the cooldown to 5 minutes. I think 1 minute... I don't know. I don't know if there's some shenanigans you can do with 1 minute. 5 minutes would be plenty, though. When SK Berserker Shaman, I'm pretty sure I was going to do Warrior Necro Shaman for release. Because basically every SK spell is useless. Yes. In terms of casting, Shadow Knight is very underwhelming. What Shadow Knight is really bringing to the table is hybrid stances like Spellblade or Mage Hunter. And then Reeve and a better Vampiric Embrace. The Necro version of Vampiric Embrace kind of sucks. Compared to the Shadow Knight one, it's about 3 times worse. In fact, it doesn't seem to work in some fights, and I can't figure out why. It never goes off against... Like, I fought Nagi a bunch yesterday and the day before. It never once procced in any of the fights against Nagi, and it looks like it didn't proc just now against Inaruk either, so... I don't know what's going on there. But so the Shadow Knight does definitely have a better life tap. Ooh, Master of Spite. He can have Shaman gear. Do we care? No, we don't. We're going to continue. He's going to take way too long to kill. He's resistant to everything. Be whittling him down with my little dagger. I think she drops like bard loot, right? Even though she's a warrior. Should I kill her for warrior loot? Okay, Maestro is Warrior Bard Magician. I think that's what he was last time. We will start with slow. And then try to hit him with a few dispels. We We gotta get rid of this barrier. Yeah, 24 damage shield. We can't fight him like that. We're just gonna be spamming. We're gonna be spamming Dispel. Let me try this with Arcane Mastery. Maybe we can spam it a little harder. There we go. Okay, now we overchannel Malazements. I don't think Malosi can be resisted, but for some reason Malazement can. Okay, hitting him with a full round of everything. And then let's get this first canny off. He does like resisting my spells if we don't have overchannel on. When I escaped Berserker Shaman, pretty sure I was going to do Warrior Necro Shaman for release. Because oh, we already read that. Berserker's only good for stance and trying to tank multiple D4 mobs. Anything but a defensive stance gets cooked. Yeah, I think Berserker, I think you're right. It is pretty useless in D3 and D4. And until you get very, very geared, when you're like over geared and you're just going for speed, Berserker's fun, but I think it's one of the worst classes you can bring to a solo raid. I might have to chill on some of these dots. He's kind of whittling me down. I need to get some mana back. Also, I need to heal my silly pet. How is my pet even taking damage? Warrior Cleave, I guess? Okay, next candy is in 40 seconds. I'm just going to get nice and healthy. Make sure to spam Venom, since it's the best spell. I want to get Enchanter in my builds. If you're going to Charm, Enchanter's so good. It's great for leveling, too. It's such a good leveling spec. If you're not going to Charm, I think Enchanter is replaceable by other stuff. But if you're going to Charm, then yeah, you got to bring the Enchanter. About to buy the beta, just made an account. Can't wait to no-life this. Nice, Swifty. Yeah, you got a couple more days to play the beta. I think it ends on Tuesday. So you got the weekends. A couple more days. At least enough time to hop on, mess around, get your UI set up. Anyone tried Paladin Enchanter Wiz? Not a lot of wizard raiding happening. It's kind of more favored towards dot builds right now just because the fights are so long. Although yesterday someone was talking about using the wizard rain spells apparently they can hit the same target 3 times. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know if there actually is like in the same neighborhood of efficiency as dots could be, but it's definitely interesting. Alright, I'm gonna have to throw some more debuffs on this guy. He's kind of winning. Also, like, how does he still have so much mana? Keeps resisting incapacitates. Next canny is pretty far away. I'm hoping this fight is done before it comes back up. Man, now he's resisting Venom too. At least my little level 37 pet is doing some decent damage. How can you find yourself in Mage Hunter instead of defensive though? If you're playing Shaman, it's really nice because instead of nuking yourself for 2,000, you nuke yourself for 1,000 in Mage Hunter. In defensive, I think you nuke yourself for like 1,600-ish. So it's like an extra 600 damage that you can save. You just pop into it, cast Cannibalize, then you hop back into defensive. There's some fights where if you have a wizard mob, like Inaruk, or like a wizard multi-class Vox, dropping ice comets on you over and over again. There's some situations where having Mage Hunter on, or even just leveling, like leveling through the revamped Split Paw. There's a lot of mages and wizards and stuff down there, and having Mage Hunter, having the option to turn it on, you don't really just like keep it on 24/7, but having the option to use it when you like first walk in a room and everyone opens and throws big nukes at you is pretty nice. Is it enough to make Shadow Knight worth picking over Warrior? Probably not, but it's something. You could just go Paladin, and then you have Mage Hunter, and you're also just the best tank. It is kind of looking like Paladin is the one for most builds. Okay. Oh, that took a second, didn't it? That took nearly 600 seconds. And we got a loot. Straight into the trash. Lord of Ire? It's Lord of Loathing again. He's Cleric, Paladin, Wizard again. Do they keep their multi-class between difficulties? Maybe they do. I thought it was random each time. I'm kind of getting a lot of experience from this. We got to be careful. Especially once we start doing fear, it's going to be unavoidable. We're going to hit 47 pretty fast. I'm probably just going to jump straight into D4 fear and skip D3. Assuming that this goes well. Yeah, 1,540 damage in defensive stance. So in Mage Hunter, it's like 980 or something. Pet is trolling me. Pet got rocked. Oh my god. Yo, look at me. Look at me. Okay, his health got too low. Not sure if intended Reeve resets Canny as well. It resets Canny way too fast. I think there's basically no chance that that's intended. There is a chance it doesn't get fixed before launch. We're kind of up against the wire here, but yeah, I would imagine that that gets fixed. If that doesn't get fixed, then Shadow Knight's clearly the best tank in the game. But yeah, that's for sure a bug. I mean, it reduces the cooldown on Canny by like 45 seconds. It doesn't even make sense. It's like not even the same amount that it reduces harm touch by. And using Canny puts harm touch on cooldown, so like that's clearly a bug. So I think the two spells are just linked in a way that they're not supposed to be linked. Sony or Daybreak? What do you mean? Sony hasn't been attached to Everquest in like a long time, right? Decades. So the trash mobs had a different multi-class. Is it really just RNG that the mini had the same? That's like so unlikely. Okay, so can we see what any is yet? Cleric, Ranger, Wiz. Yeah, it's the same thing, right? I'm pretty sure he was just a cleric ranger. So the trash mobs can be different, but I guess the bosses... Is it globally the same? Like, does everybody on the server get a cleric ranger whiz Inaruk? Or is it like, once you get it on one difficulty, it locks in for the other difficulties? That's interesting. I wonder how that works. Okay, so we need to put on Dark Soul. We also need to put on Oil Blood. Dooming Darkness, 20 damage per 6 seconds. Probably not worth using. Places an undead target in a Torment of Eternity. Do we think that, I don't think Interrupt counts as undead. I don't think any of the bosses count as undead, although you can, some of them count as like vampires and stuff, and they still proc, the Paladin slay undead, which is interesting. Oh, we could use Auspice. It kind of sucks, though. 300 mana. Flash of Light. Trying to think of like what other random crap we could throw in here to make this boss weaker. I went from having not enough spell gems to having too many. Now I like don't actually have anything to fill this with. If we were level 50, we'd have some obvious choices. We'd put Puma in there. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we can just leave it blank. I can't think of anything. I do want my pet to be buffed. Quick buff is 2 minutes away. You're always playing in a trio. Would you think it's better to spec each character fully into their role or still split up like you were 3 slots? Spec each character fully into their role. What do you mean? Like, give me an example. You talking about like with your gear choices? Here, I'll be right back while we're waiting for this cooldown. Alright, so D4 Inruk, level 46. I don't think anyone else has done this. I keep making the claim that I'm the only person to do this. I have no idea if that's true, but I'm going to keep saying it until someone proves me otherwise. I haven't seen any videos or streams of someone doing this at 46. 46 is the lowest level you can do it at. I feel like Nighttime might have done it. But I don't know. I know he's done like crazy challenge builds, but I think they were all at level 50. So if anyone knows otherwise, then let me know. Alright, we want to have Dark Soul, and we want to have Boiled Bloods. And then I think... Is there anything else I need to change? I think that's it. I think we're ready to go. We're in for a long fight. We're going to start off by over-channeling. Slow, as always. And then we're going to over-channel Incapacitate. And also Shadow Vortex. This is the best debuffs I can really hit him with. And then I don't think we need to over-channel any of our dots. Hopefully. I don't know. This is D4, though. We'll see. Okay, Odium lands. Dark Soul gets interrupted. Gets resisted. Sad. Let's try Boil Blood. Boil Blood lands. Dark Soul lands the second time. Okay. I might have just gotten a little unlucky. You know what'll help? Let's get him malazed. I might have to overchannel this. Okay, malazement lands. Scent lowers... It lowers fire. I guess that helps. Okay, now we just maintain. So far, so good. He's not really nuking me yet. He's just spammed a lot of roots. Let's get our first cannibalize. Throw an extra heal there just in case. Okay, Boil Blood is good. Dark Soul is good. I don't think he's ever going to resist Boil Blood. He might resist Dark Soul once or twice. I don't know. It has a minus 40 on it, though. Now that he's got malaise, we're probably good. I think we can sit in recovery for the rest of... Ow! See, like in a scenario like that, if we had Mage Hunter, we could swap to it when we see the cast, and then we could swap back. Because some of those nukes... I mean, how much was that? Yeah, that was 800 damage. I would have preferred to only take 400 damage. Yeah, another 800 damage from Rend. Here comes an Ice Comet. Oh my god. See, like, Mage Hunter would be really nice to have right now. He's... I went from feeling very safe and comfortable to now being a little worried. He still has 70% of his mana left. If only we had an enchanter to take all his mana away. One minute till the next canny. I think we're good. I think this is a kill. I think we're going straight to CT after this. What a build, honestly. .37 seconds till canny. really only got to monitor 2 debuffs. Well, 3 was slow. Okay, starting to do some cleric stuff now. That'll extend the fight a little bit, but honestly, we'd rather have him healing than nuking. I think my pet casts Boiled Blood. I think we might be overriding my pet's dot. Alright, let's get this next canny off. My endurance is kind of going down. Ooh, this might be an issue. We might have to balance stance for a few ticks. Okay. I'm not gonna do it unless I have to. It's a little bit... We need my endurance to be above his health. Okay, let's throw another Shadow Vortex. He does like to resist that. Let's try that again with Overchannel. It's a gnarly resist. Well, never mind. It's only 30 mana. Okay, we gotta hang. I gotta stall. I can't pump until we get the next canny off. We'll re-slow in a few more seconds. We can stretch it out. He doesn't really ever resist slow. Okay, we're looking better now in terms of endurance. I think the fact that he's no longer nuking also helps. After the next cannibalize, we should be able to go full blast again. Let's get a nice healthy buffer. Still 30 seconds away. We can start blasting now. I feel good. I feel good, and we also need to kill him before we run out of endurance. Yeah, so if we run out of endurance, we go from 50% damage reduction to 10% damage reduction. So... we don't want that to happen. What's crazy is this mana regen is going to spike even harder at 48 when we get the final Lich. Right now in recovery, we're at 56. It's going to go up to like 70. It's so much mana, dude. That's the wrong spell, whoops. It's muscle memory. Okay, just D4 Interrupt, level 46. World first. It's true until someone proves otherwise. I'm literally the strongest level 46 in the world. Oh my goodness, look at all the loot. I love killing this boss, dude. Triumph of Mask. Is that actually better than my goofy... Oh, kind of is. Dude, I'm rocking the polished mithril. Wait, I already have one of these? It says I already have one. Wonder where. Okay, we gotta go find that. Yet another engineer's ring. Beautiful. More stats, more AC. Brewer's mesh cloak. It's pretty good, but we gotta use the Cloak of Flames until we get a Sky Belts. Oh, it's on my pet? No kidding. Oh, maybe I should have kept the low-level one then. Why does he get this? Oh, it's because when we were playing Shadow Knight, I couldn't use it. But now I can, because we're a warrior. So, let's do this, and then the pet doesn't need this guy. Actually, will this work? It will, okay. Well, I don't know what to give the pet. I should have kept one of that. We'll give him the Brewer's Mesh Cloak. Yeah. No, we can't. He's got a Cloak of Flames. Sure. Give him a bracelet. Where is the rogue backstabbing? What do you mean? What's draining your endurance? Damage, because we're in defensive stance. So every point of damage that this reduces spends a point of endurance. And since he's hitting us a lot, it's a lot of endurance that's used. Okay, so there's still another D4 boss that is probably going to be harder than this one, and that is Kazakh Thule. Actually, even the mini bosses in Fear are kind of hard. So now we're really going to see what we can do. Yeah, this is beta. Countdown until someone barges in and confidently says this isn't a first, but can't provide details about who did. I don't think many people are bothering to do low level challenges. I've seen people doing no healer challenges or no tank challenges, that kind of stuff, but I don't think anyone's really bothered with low level stuff. Skybelt is bad, 21% haste. No, there's a better Skybelt that's in the 40s. And he still hasn't dropped that Shadow Knight weapon. Really wanted that Shadow Knight weapon, dude. Okay, so that's the other thing. If this actually works and this build clears CT at 46, we need to stop at 2% and die, and then run it back with Shadow Knight and see if Shadow Knight does better than Warrior. Melees get 41 haste belts with a quest. Yeah, that one. I think the other stats on them are pretty crazy too, right? Beyond just the haste. Pulled a lot of specters. Elf Slayer, Neospring Elf Slayer, the Elf Slayer. This guy's literally an elf. Alright, here we go. D4 fear, boys. Strength, Dex, Stamina, Agility, Magic Resist. Are the Warrior Belts at +0? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean the AC is a tad low, but that's really good. I would use it. We could swap Cloak of Flames to something that's chunkier. Okay, so there are a variety of issues with these mini bosses that we're going to run into on this builds, like one of them being hella resistant to magic. They're all resistant to something. Some of them have poison resist, some of them have disease resist. It's really hard to remember which one's which. They all have kind of the same name too. So we're going to do a little bit of trial and error. That's what I'm looking for, haste. And then the trash mobs are also pretty wild. How many of the mobs in here do you think count as undead? Because we have... Oh, we don't have this yet. Not 47. Although, I don't know, these don't say they have a level limit on them. Could I beguile a level 50 mob? I wonder how that works. Are Sky quests for gear repeatable? Do you have to mode up the Sky gear? You want to mode it up. The quests are kind of tedious. Farming motes is way easier. Because you can't ever get more than a +0 from the quests. It's not like you can do Sky at D4 and then do D4 quests. So yeah, motes are definitely the way to go once you get the initial drop. Okay. Immediately pulled everything. On the Shadow Knight, we could just mount up and run hella far. I'm gonna need Feign Death on my bar. Yeah, GG. Good run. Plane of Fear, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to think of what I want to drop. It really depends on the boss. We're gonna need Dispel. We can probably kill these without Incapacitate. Just drop this for now. You're repeatable, but it requires clearing Sky repeatedly. You can do it hourly, but it's a very deadly zone without CC from Enchanter. Yeah, I think most people do it in a group. There's no reason really not to do it in a group. Once you get some decent gear and you're 50, I don't think it's too bad. There's some of the fights That bee fight is still pretty crazy. What is that, Island 6? Okay, so I don't really know how to break in here on D4. Honestly, the aggro ranges are so large. I might just have to run to a different part on the circle. Maybe we'll like run over here or up north. I don't think there's anything up here. I probably can't get past frights. Oh. Okay, there's Draco. There's some. We'll see what this pulls. Okay, so this pulled frights. I'm already stunned. Okay, nothing else is coming. We're just gonna do this. Oh my god. Okay, we got him slowed. This is what I mean, dude. This part's like literally harder than CT. I'm stunned the whole fight. I don't think there's anything I can do. It's so much stun, dude. What a game. Alright, and now we can't even quick buff. We have to manually buff. I don't know what to do there other than be luckier. Seems like there's zero counterplay. Should I have a lull on dead spell for the fetid fiends? I don't know if I have any way of targeting him though. I guess now that we know where he is. Okay, I don't think we bother buffing the pet. It's gonna take too long. Dev and AMA yesterday said they're looking at the stun issue. They've said that for like the last 4 AMAs in a row. So, we'll see. Launches in a week. Really? Yeah, they always, because someone always asks, because it's like, it's so annoying when it happens that it makes you want to go to a dev stream and go, why am I getting stunned so much? So people do that. And they're always just like, yeah, that we could see why that would suck. You guys don't seem to like getting stunned. Thank you for your question. And then, like, nothing ever happens, so we'll see. Yeah. My lull only works up to 50. I don't think... I don't know. We'll see what level the Fiend was. I think the Thought Breeder was only like 45. Oh, it's only 49. Okay. Well, let's try it. Where'd I put it? Out of range. I do have the extended range thingy, believe it or not. Okay, it says he looks ambivalent. That's funny. Oh, I pulled Draco? Okay, I guess I went too far left. Well, it's just Draco and Glare Lord. And Fright? Why Fright? We're nowhere near that. Okay. 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 Okay, we lost Fright. Okay, they're both slowed. We're gonna have to just try to blast this ad. Looks like magic is working. Okay, blasting, poison's working. Let's get the pet attacking. I forgot to give the pet haste. I think he's already haste capped though. Okay, Glare Lord should be dead. Let's take out his pet next. Don't want to deal with that thing. Oh boy. He's got a feedback, which we don't really want him to have. I don't know if I can do anything about it. Let me try spamming a few nullifies. Okay. Good. Well, let's go for Arch Shielding too then. Why not? Okay. He's totally debuffed. I am totally... missing some buffs. I don't know why. Let's get our Cannibalize going. Rogue, Necro, Enchanter. Could be worse. Oh, he must have hit me with Insidious Retrogression or something. That's why we lost the Shaman buff. Okay, so I'm going to assume that magic is the way to go here. Maybe fire. Okay, both of those are working. Now, next is disease. He resisted disease. He is a skeleton, so they tend to have really good immune systems. Let's try poison. Resisting poison. Okay, we just won't bother with those. I don't have enough mana to rotate all these anyways. We'll just do magic and fire. Just like we did for Interrupt. I dropped Shadow Vortex, didn't I? And the other one. Okay. I think we are stabilizing. Yeah, he does cast Insidious. Okay, so every time he casts Insidious Retrogression, we lose our Shamanant. We lose our Shamanant buff. Our Shaman permanent buff. Need to fast cast a slow after this. Oh, that was close. Almost lost it for a second there. Okay, now all we can do is heal until the next cannibalize. We are in full turtle mode, no mana, 2 dots. Look at Kinantic with the 26 DPS. I'm so proud of him. He's level 37, fighting Draco Lich. What a little gangster. I can't canny for 30 more seconds. Health is good though. Health is good. I think he has something I need. I don't remember what. He hasn't upgraded his belts. I think he might have something else. I'm curious what other buff I lost. Okay, there's Canny. Now we can start cooking a little. He resisted Dark Soul. Can't you level up your Necro pet to match your own level? Yeah, but this isn't the max level pet, so it would be a big expenditure of resources to level him up, and it would be kind of pointless. The next pet is probably like 49 or something. Where is he? 48 is when we get the final pet, and that pet we can actually affect with the Necro Focus. So he's going to be way stronger in terms of level, but also in terms of the focus. So yeah, he's the one we want to upgrade. We don't really want to upgrade this one. This is just goofing around at level 46. Showing how OP the build is. It's not, you know, it's not very min-maxed. It's not very optimized. Up to your level -1. I mean, theoretically, if you upgraded it all the way to +10, that's a shitload of motes, though. I don't have nearly enough motes to do that. If I upgraded him to, like, +7, that would be everything that I own. So it would take a considerable amount of farming to go higher than that. Most of my spells right now are like level 2 or level 3, or if it's not the final version of the spell, it's still level 0. Did my pet stop attacking? He did. My DPS meter was trolling me there. Why would he stop attacking? That's so weird. Okay, slowly but surely. At least we have a foothold in the zone now. I wish I could use my clicky on the pet. It always targets me no matter what. It'll be nice to see how a juice pet performs. Yeah, I do plan on researching that after we do this. I just wanted to do this challenge first to kind of show how crazy the build is. But yeah, I'm going to try the same build with Shadow Knight, and we're going to try it obviously at level 50 with Puma and the juiced out Necropet. We're going to test all that stuff before the beta ends. That is currently the plan. I wanted to... Ooh. These are better than what I'm using, kinda. I was gonna say, this might be a good pet weapon. Oh yeah, I remember looting this and thinking that it was kind of a good pet weapon. I think I took these off because I didn't want... I wanted to see... Yeah, I didn't want 2 slashers. I wanted a slasher and a piercer on the pet because we were like testing its damage and stuff, but... Okay, I might give the pet the Serpent's Tooth. This is, well, it's exactly the same delay. Okay, we'll stick with Serpent's Tooth for now. It's got a little bit of strength on it. Also, slower weapon, slightly slower weapon, better for cleaves. But yeah, if we can keep leveling that up, that'd be a good one to use. Or to give to the pet. Here, I'll just give this one to the pet right now. And then, is he going to main hand that? Yes. Oh, plus he looks sick. Look how sick my pet looks. Oh. Yo. His claws are huge. Let's go, dude. Alright, now I gotta figure out which buffs I don't have. Looks like Regen and Shaman buff. Do they have something that overwrites Regen too? Or did it just wear off? It might have just worn off. It's been a while. It's true, it was something I considered crazy. You're doing Draco D4 at 46. We just did Interruck, so I think we can go all the way to Kazakh Duel. Interrupt, honestly, it wasn't even really that close. Would you say the downsides of this? It's really hard to split polls, as we just saw. Like, I'm lucky that that fetid fiend is undead, so I could calm it. There's a lot of polls that I can't split unless I use feign death, which is a little tedious. What else? What else do I not like about this build? There's not a lot. It's pretty damn strong. I don't have any way of mana burning, but I guess most builds don't do that. That's just something I'm used to having from Enchanter. But yeah, I mean, it kind of does everything. It's very tanky. Extreme DPS. You have a pretty strong pet. He's not strong right now at 46, but at 50 he's strong. Really good permanent buffs. The Necro has 5 permanent buffs, and they're all like pretty solid. Although this one, Vampiric Embrace, the Necro version of this is kind of crappy. The Shadow Knight one is way better. The Necro one like seems to proc way less and it only does his third as much damage. So I don't know what's going on there, but that one does kind of suck. But like Banshee's Aura is really nice. The Lich spell line is super nice. We don't even have the best version of it yet. Okay, so Terror is going to be the hardest because we can't slow him. Where even are we right now? Okay, we need to go way back up. Can Warriors proc off Ghoulbane and put it on a warrior weapon? No, it's got to be a paladin weapon. Any of the exaltations that you pull off an item have to match at least one of the classes on that item that you pulled it off of. And then same thing on the item that you're going to. Okay, so here's that fetid fiend all by himself now. I guess he's kind of linked to Fright, so we should probably kill him. And then, did I do that thing where I memorize rage and don't cast it? I did. I do that a lot. I do that a lot. It's not my fault. That has a 30-second delay before you can cast it. That's why. Run with a shield and just chill in defensive stance. Let dots do the work. For now, yeah. Once I get better gear, we won't use a shield. We'll dual wield for sure, because the warrior actually does bring some good damage. But at level 46, with mediocre weapons, we just don't need to worry about meleeing too much. We'd much rather just live longer. Right now, melee DPS is probably 10 to 20% of our overall performance. Eventually, that's going to be closer to like 30, 40%. It's going to be a lot higher. But only once we have better gear, better weapons that are much more leveled up. Better offense skill, better one-hand slashing skill, you know. All that stuff. Each level from 40 to 50 makes like a huge difference in terms of just your actual melee power because of those skills, those skill ups. Yep, here comes Fright and the Thought Bleeder. Okay, so might be dead. This might not be possible. I do have a route that we could use. In theory, I think we just got one. Before, I could only route undead, but I think we might be able to route other stuff now. Let me see if I can just blast this thing. Last time it stunned me like 5 times in a row. This time it's not, so that's fortunate. I did slow fright, right? Okay, we did. I'm gonna run out of mana before we can pull this off. Go, 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 Odium. Dark Soul. It's about to be a super ballsy cannibalize. It didn't go off. A level 45 mob is resisting my spells. Also, why can't I see it? He's literally right in front of me. What do you mean you cannot see your target? Okay, well my pet's dead. Why are we all attacking my pet now? Let's... Everybody calm down. Let me just waste a spell on this skeleton real fast. Okay, I think we're stabilizing. That fiend was bringing a lot of heat, dude. Was it just the nukes? Also, my pet is attacking. That's why Fright went after him, because he's attacking the wrong target. Brother, I'm literally ordering you so many times to attack this other mob. I beg forgiveness, that is not a legal target? What is happening? Why is it not a legal target? Okay, I'm illegally targeting this thought bleeder. Oh, sick. What tier mode is that? Oh, my first level 7 boat. Let's go. Okay, I need to slow him. Maybe I shouldn't have healed there. Okay, this doesn't... I know this doesn't look good, but I actually think we're okay. It's gonna take a second to... It's gonna take a second to stabilize, but I think we're okay. 38 seconds to cannibalize. Why worry over Pally? Because I played Pally last beta. There's no reason other than that, really. I think Pally's probably stronger. Okay, we're gonna have to redline a little bit here. 20%. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. My endurance is kind of... Let's see if this is going up or down. Okay, I don't know what this guy's resistant to, so let's start trying things. Okay, he resisted poison. Let's do this. Let's, okay. Well, just kidding. Let's heal. I think I might have a Malazement clicky. Maybe not, though. It might be a combat effect. Oh, I keep forgetting we have combat. I need to put something in this Serpent's Tooth, bro. I keep forgetting we can use it. I was used to killing all these at level 40 instead of level 46. Okay, we stuck him with Odium and Blood Boil. And Dark Soul. So we should be doing more than 30 DPS now. I gotta slow him in about 30 seconds. Also have Canny in 1 minute. Let me go fishing for... What should we use? Earthquake? I kind of want to try Siphon. Yeah, I want to see how often this procs. Wait, is this the actual... Yeah, go in there. Produce an unusable item? Alright, hold on. I can fix that. I forgot to slow the boss. I'm gonna die. After all this work. Okay, he's slowed. We're fine. Everything is fine and good. Nothing in this game can kill me except for stun. There we go. Okay, so now we have a 70 damage life leech proc. It immediately went off. Sick. Let's go. See how good that is. Thanks for responding. Can't decide myself. They're both fun. I mean, I like the Warrior Cleave for leveling. But Pally's so strong, dude. If you want something that's going to be the strongest, it's probably going to be Pally. Why not Cleric, Warrior, and Necro? Wouldn't that make raiding easier? No slow with better heals? No, you have to have a slow for raiding. The slow from Shaman is way better than the extra healing you would get from Cleric. It's like not even close. The you're taking less than half the damage you would take with Shaman slow. It's a very, very essential tool for raiding. If you don't have some kind of slow in your build, you're at a major disadvantage. Alright, let's hang out. Recast some things. Think he's mezzed? How did he get mezzed? I was hitting him the whole time. I don't know how did he be mezzed. That's weird. Maybe my pet just got confused. Oh yeah, you definitely need lots of mana. No matter what you play, you're going to need lots of mana. These are long fights, so mana is always an issue. Okay, are these things undead? No, they are not. I can't tell who he's with. looks alone. I feel like he's gonna pull a mini. Where are we? Maybe not. That's Draco's corner. So maybe not. The Solage seems to proc decently often. Warrior Cleric Necro at the moment and can't outlast the damage. Ooh. Shadow Knight Bracer. For when we swap back to a Shadow Knight. Okay, I don't think either of these are considered undead. Warrior Cleric, Warrior Beast. Ooh, we do hate clerics. Oh god, we pulled Dread. I didn't know we were this close to Dread. Warrior Wiz Magician, okay. Maybe I can just fast. Okay. We're gonna stay in inverted invocation. I can't do anything. Okay. I got a Slugs off. This is so ridiculous. Bro, I can't cast a 0.9 second heal. That's how often I'm getting stunned. Okay. What a game. I have no idea what to do about that. We're just gonna have to throw as many dots as possible on the tentacle and hope that it dies before I do, I guess. How'd any go? Did you get D4 down? We did, yeah, pretty smoothly. The only thing I'm struggling with are these mini bosses with ads. I just don't have enough crowd control. Makes me miss the Enchanter. Are you gonna try it with SK? After we try it with Warrior? I don't know if the build can kill CT at 46. He's kind of the last big challenge that I want to go after. So once we see how this build performs on CT, then we'll switch to Shadow Knight and we'll test the same thing. I think CT is the best target to test overall. I can't think of a better boss. Dragons are going to be so trivial. I don't think it matters which tank we use. We could maybe try like Eye of Vishan. I think Eye of Vishan might be a little weird for this build. I know it has like crazy magic resist. I don't know if that's the same for poison and disease. Torn between what in-game weapons would look like for this. Do you go Shaman main hand, Sky offhand for max ratio? Or Warrior main hand to use Soul Leech proc? I don't know if the Soul Leech proc is that good. I think there's other procs you could use. I mean, you could definitely just use, like, Earthshaker or something. Can Shamans use Earthshaker? I don't actually know, like, what other good weapon procs there are. Okay, no, you can't use Earthquake either on the Shaman Spear. It's not that much extra damage. Yeah, I don't know which weapon procs would be strong enough to really be, like, significantly noticeable. With Shaman main hand, you can use the Shaman hammer from here that has the proc boosted Winter's Bite proc. Maybe I should be using that right now. I think I have that somewhere. What's it called? I have the hammer that casts Scourge, but that's kind of meh. Does it drop off CT? Yeah, I don't think I have that one yet, actually. Okay, so Fright spawns right here. He's down. I might try Feign Splitting. With Pally or Shadow Knight, you can actually just like pop your mountain here and run so fast that you can kind of like split the mobs just from running really far. Oh, you know what I could do in theory? Okay. This might be smart. I haven't really had any reason to snare this whole game. All I have is Insidious Retrogression. I was gonna say I could use like Clinging Darkness or something. Did I never buy those? Okay, maybe this will split them. I'm still out of range? Bro, I'm like basically inside of these mobs. And stunned. He's so fast, bro. Damn, they run back really fast, too. Nope, the Gorgon re-aggroed. Oh, Okay, okay. Yes, it worked. Yeah, we just gotta like slow one of them to desync it from the rest of the pole. This was not the most problematic one, though. I think the tentacle was the one that's stunning me. Barbarian Spiritus Hammer. It's 2 hands. That sounds so familiar. Maybe I looted it last beta. Who does it drop off of? What a Vishan. Do you think Pally, Monk, Shaman, or Enchanter would be enough heals to sustain? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Monk plus any... I mean, that's a massive amount of sustain, actually. Pally, Monk, and Shaman. That's like almost the highest amount of sustain you could possibly have. I guess in theory, Cleric could bring more, but yeah, that's a tremendous amount of sustain. If you drop the Shaman for Enchanter, it's a little harder, but it's still very doable. I mean, I did just Pally sustain alone with Enchanter and other melee classes. And it was difficult, but it was doable. Once you add Monk in the mix, it's pretty smooth. Okay, I'm going to try that again. This time with the tentacle being slowed, and then maybe I can get out of range of his stun. Come on, Zaptic. We gotta get out of here. That didn't work. Dude, he just runs so fast going back to the... We're still in combat? I think I just got the tentacle, even though Dread's still in my list. All right, whatever. I just need like 30 seconds. Okay, yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Easy. See the disrespect? Just turn off combat and walk away. Oh, I love it. Thanks for the ranger sleeves. Okay, so we killed Fright. We killed Draco. We gotta kill Dread and Terror. Terror's a little bit rough because we can't slow him. Man, do I have depth perception issues? This does not seem out of range to me. Okay. Here we go. Maybe it's the viewport. Okay, we're just gonna spam nullify for a second. Okay, there we go. Damage shield's gone. I'm gonna try to get his armor buffs off too. It's probably good enough. He's just a mini. We don't need him fully. Okay, let's take out this pet. Oh, okay, that was fast. We didn't need to dot him. I realized the pet was going to be level 20. Why did he have a level 20 pet? Wait, what? I think that's a bug. That's the wrong magician spell. Okay, so he's resistant to poison. Or is he? Let's try again. Yeah, no poisons on this guy. Just magic and disease landed. Can't believe how hyped I am to play EQ again. Let's go. When was the last time you played? It does feel sometimes with this build like I'm just sitting around doing nothing. This guy just linked +9 slave trammels. That's so metal. 38 AC. Oh, it's so funny, dude. You guys ever get a 40 AC item from Crushbone? It's always a little scary when he interrupts the slow. We can't even slow the next mini, so that's gonna be rough. We're gonna have to do some feint splitting there too. We're starting at 10 again with insane gear and AAs. It's pretty fun. It is, yeah. Especially if you have insane melee weapons. The problem is you do so much damage that you just blast through your stamina bar once you're twinked. Okay. Oh, I can't disrespect him. I'm rooted. Oh, I didn't know he could drop these. Yo, big upgrade. I just gained one of each stat and resist and 2 AC and some HP, man. And this literally has everything in the game. Let's go. We need that ruby for Lanuga later. I'm never going to find her. Okay. So. Oh god, there's mobs right there. Did they see me? They didn't see me. Let's get healthy. And then I am once again needing to figure out which buff we lost. We got all the permas this time. Is it the AC buff? I think we lost the AC buff. Nope, they're shifting shields. We lost movement speed. Go figure. Wonder what they have. One of the snares must still delete this. Okay, what are we working with over here? We got a little froggy boy. Oh, I can't climb this hill? Well, that's unfortunate. I kind of need to climb that hill. That's like the #1 hill I need to climb right now. Well. We have a spider and a toad. Okay. Toad's going to be the most annoying one. You cannot see your target. That is kind of true. Fair. Okay, now I can see him. Okay, here comes Terror. Do we slow both the ads? Okay, that might have been a mistake. Oh my god, I'm ensnared now. It's over. It's actually over. Please, feign! I'm stunned. We're dead. For the record, Feign Death is a 0.4 second cast, and I still couldn't get it off. It's a bit much. What do you need from Lanuga? We need Midnight Mallets. The earring's pretty good too. I still have this crappy... This is my worst piece of gear. I have this earring from Najina. But yeah, I wanted to try Midnight Mallets so that I could play something that doesn't have Shaman in it. For fun. I was doing Warrior Berserker Necro, which was great for leveling, but then just got blasted on bosses without any ability to slow. So I ran around looking for Lanuga for literally an hour and then gave up. And then tried again for like another 20 minutes and then gave up again. Now I have these rubies in my inventory. I have no stamina. I hope they fix that. What do you mean fix it? That's by design. How would they fix it? It's not a bug or anything. Healer are probably rough with his builds. Healers are rough with every build. It's really hard to burst things down. I mean, if it's a trash mob, you can burst it down, but yeah, healers in a mixed pool are always a pain in the ass no matter what build you're playing. It's the stuns that really get you, though. The fact that the cleric can stun, that's, like, actually even more dangerous than the heal. I'm pretty sure every death that this character has had is due to getting chain stunned in some way or another. So last time we came from the other side. Oh, there's bombs right there. Okay. I might just be dead again. Okay, the Fane landed. We like when the Fane lands. Nobody's rooted though, so I don't think they're properly split. Yeah, the Gorgon's just gonna re-pull again if I do this. This looks easier than the combo of mobs on the other side, though. I think this is a little more doable. Should probably just run straight south. The horsey's so fast. Bro. Okay. Yes. Yes, this is what we want. They're so fast, even when they're snared, dude. D4 is crazy. I gotta go for it. Okay. Perfect timing. Oh my god. I just gotta get these two slowed and we'll be fine. Warrior Rogue, Warrior Monk. Beautiful. Perfect. No casting, no stunning. No nonsense. My Soul Leech just crit for 225. That's kind of... It's kind of dope. I didn't know it could do that. Okay, Gorgon's cooked. Now, will Terror pull the mobs from the other side if we engage them directly? That's the question. Nightmare Hide. Restore sight. Should we be collecting those? Control S, sit, stand. Oh, yeah. I thought I rebound that, but I guess I didn't. Okay, I don't think we need feign death anymore. Let me get chloroplast running again. It shouldn't have worn off. We still have haste. Yeah, my pet still has chloroplast, so they must have dispelled that too somehow. Oh, he's right there. Okay. Got one of his buffs. I don't really know what I can land on this guy. I don't think we can land Malaisement. Although I have to try. Oh, we can. Okay, okay. Well, shit, maybe I can land it slow. I mean, we do have an upgraded version, so it is maybe possible. I will try 5 times to slow this mob. There's 2. There's 3. I think this is the wrong strategy. Okay, let's see if I can start poisoning him. Okay, we can poison. Poison. Can we burn? I gotta heal. I'm just gonna tell my pet to attack. I don't know, dude. Chain interrupts me. It's probably the pet, too. Okay, I think his pet is hitting my pet. I just don't know what to do here, dude. If I can't land a slow on this thing, I don't know if I don't have enough mana to kill it. Alright. We're gonna have to just rely on cannibalize. Okay, his pet's dead. Hopefully I'll get pushed less now. Wonder if we can disease. Okay, disease works. Fire's resisted. Let's try one more. Okay, no fire. Just disease and poison. We're out of stamina too. It's so many hits. Maybe not. Now that we're rolling dots, he's going down kind of fast. Man, not being able to slow just completely changes the game, doesn't it? It's gonna be close. In terms of stamina, it's gonna be close. If I had Scourge on, this would be better. I wonder if Scourge is gonna work against CT. Do you guys know if Disease works on CT? I'll have to do just like a trial run on CT and see what he resists. Know of a good website to show the best leveling spots in Legends for a new player to EQ? There's a resource in-game that's not too bad. Or you can always go to the wiki. Hold on one second, I can show you the one in-game. 3% endurance. So you can go, if you click the EQL button and go to navigation and then zone guide, then you can do like my level, or you could do whatever, like level 5. And then you could do, yeah, you could like look by region, depending on where you are, and kind of see what's close by. I don't know why it has the cities in here. That's not very helpful. But yeah, by the time you like get above level 10, I think it's probably a little more useful. Yeah, now you can kind of see like the minimum and maximum levels, so you could sort it by whatever you want. Oh, there's a region filter right here. Yeah, okay. So like if you start on Fadewar, then you just do this, and then you can see what's around you. For EQL, I mean, there's really only like, most of the time you want to level in dungeons, and whatever level you are, there's usually only like 3 or 4 dungeons that will match your level, so you won't have too many options. But yeah, this thing's pretty useful. Befallen is solid 5 to 25, lower Guck 25 to 46, so you can go to hole at 43 and 45. Yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily have to stay in one zone for like 20 levels either, though. You can also do a lot of exploring. Kind of depends on how you want to handle your leveling experience. Okay, so I know we're not going to use fire on CT. I think magic is okay. I don't know about poison and disease. I'm trying to remember what I did to him last build. Fallen is where I'm at right now. Stay there until 25. I would stay there until you're happy with the level of gear from the Dark Elf area downstairs. You can get some really good pristine leather pieces, and you can get some good weapons as well. So once you're satisfied with those, I would get all that stuff at least to like +3 or +4. And then move on, because that'll last you a long time. But you can leave earlier if you want. I mean, there's a lot of overlap. You can go to Najina as early as like 15. Extended range 3. Already have a belt exalt, unfortunately. If you want to travel, there's other zones you can go to in that level range also. But yeah, I mean, Guk, you can literally do Guk from like level 5 to level 50 if you wanted to. But it just gets kind of boring after a while. Try to download Brule like I used a year ago, and it's not working correctly. So you go up to here, and then you select Brule, and it'll load in your zone. Some people like Goods maps too. I think people like Goods a little bit better than Brule. It's based on EQ or EQ2. It's based on EQ1. What's the major difference for a returning player? This is like single player EQ, so you're still online and there's still other people around, but everything's been redesigned so that you can solo it. You pick 3 classes instead of 1, so you're much stronger. You can do all the raids solo. Everything is kind of more solo, fast-paced, casual, a lot of quality of life, no corpse runs, you don't lose XP when you die. It's like Everquest Lite. War Shaman Necro versus Paladin Enchanter Monk, which is stronger in your opinion? It depends on if you're charming. If you're charming, I think the Enchanter's probably still stronger. But it also depends on what you mean by stronger. Like, they're stronger in terms of more DPS. They're stronger in terms of, like, being able to clear a boss with fewer levels or fewer gear. They're both so incredibly past the level of strength you would need to clear the content in a game that it frankly doesn't matter that much. If you pick either one, you're going to steamroll everything, as you can see while we walk around in difficulty 4 at level 46. So I wouldn't sweat it too much. I'd play whichever one you think sounds more fun. Probably just go with that. How would you compare to Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter? I think Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter is probably the highest theoretical DPS in the game. For a solo build. You might be able to make a group build that's higher, but I think for a solo build, Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter with Charm at level 50 is probably the highest theoretical DPS in the game. I don't see how anything else could beat that. It does come down to charm, though. If you're not charming, I would swap in the Enchanter for Necro. Just get more dot damage, a little bit more mana regen. Get the Necro pet. All that good stuff. But yeah, Enchanter Charm, now that you can level up the final charm spell, because before you could only charm stuff up to level 51, now you could theoretically charm stuff all the way up to like 60, so you can get just absolute insane pets. I don't know how reliable they are, but that's going to be more DPS than anything, really. And then Shaman is insane. You have all the utility, you have the heals. Shaman on its own is also like 200 DPS just from Dots and Puma. It's pretty ridiculous, maybe even more. And then you just slap a tank class in there so that you can live. Paladin is, I think, pretty clearly the best tank right now. Let's play Necro Wiz Druid. Not sure if I like it. Want to try something else with melee in it. Necro Wiz Druid. I mean, you could blast super hard. Your AoE's probably going crazy. There might be some like extreme burst strategy that you can do with that builds for raiding, but I don't know what the limit of that is. You might not be able to go past like D2. Because I don't know how you burst a boss that has like 80k health. Okay, so I don't know what we can actually use on CT. So this might be a bit of a practice run. We're going to start with the overchanneled slow, as always, and then we'll hit him with Shadow Vortex, Incapacitates. We'll see if he has any buffs to strip. Doesn't look like it. Shadow Knight, Monk, Wizard. Monk might be kind of spooky. He might blast us in melee. Immediately rooted. I should have ran up past him. Oh my god. Bro, what is this? Are we in water? We're in like fire water? Is that what's happening? Okay. He hurts. He does hurts. Can I not cast him on him here because of the fire water? There we go. Okay, we landed sense. Let's go Malazement. Alright, I'm gonna spam heals into a canny. Until he runs out of mana, this is just how it's gonna be. He's gonna be bullying me, knocking me around. Okay, let's start seeing what we can actually hit him with. Odium, yes. Dark Soul interrupted. We can disease. Okay, magic is pretty good. Oh, I gotta spam heals for a sec. Let's try landing a couple poisons. Okay. Poison's good. Assistole? Assistole's good. Okay, yeah, he doesn't really resist much. I guess fire is his highest. Let's get back in recovery stance. slow a little early in case it gets interrupted. Okay, he's reslowed. We need to... Turtle. He's almost out of mana. It'll get easier when he's out of mana. Resisted Elnerix, nice. Okay, we're gonna roll Venom and Assist Elite. Those are gonna be the 2 priorities while we're low on mana. Everything else can wait. I'm gonna say we have like a 80% chance of pulling this off. I think it's looking good. He's now. Can breathe a little. I just noticed my endurance. My endurance is hella low. Okay. Maybe not an 80% chance. Maybe less than 50% chance. How am I going to deal with this? We need to keep him venomed. We need to keep him diseased. We're going to need to keep him incapacitated as well. Shadow Vortex is cheap. We can recast this a little early. Okay, now we need to dump my entire mana bar so that we can canny. I just want to get above 70. 60 is probably fine because he's out of mana, but do 70. Okay. I have to think about purposely dropping into balance stance. We're not going to be able to have enough endurance for this fight. So we have to kind of pick the time to run out on purpose. I think what we do here is just literally try to heal to full and then drop into balance stance for maybe 30 seconds. And then try to recover from there. We need to make sure he's re-slowed first. I need to get this assist elite back on him. Okay. So here we go. Balance stance. This is gonna hurt. He's as debuffed as he can be. He's hitting my pet? No. No. He can't handle it. Pet cannot handle it. I thought for a second that might be a good thing, and then, nah, the pet's just getting bodied. Okay, back to defensive. I got a minute till the next canny. I don't know, you guys. Okay, totally out of mana. 30 seconds until the next canny. We have to do balance stance. It's not looking good. I gotta keep some dots rolling. We're not winning the battle of attrition here. No! Get off the bird! Ugh! Okay. Do we heal the pet? No, I didn't really have a choice. Okay, pet's dead. His hits get louder? Is it because I'm standing closer to him? That's so intimidating. See, if I was a Shadow Knight, we could mount up and run away. We could heroically mount up and flee the scene. GG. 23%. Okay. So I think I just went a little too hard in the early fight. I think I dotted him a little bit too much. We need to play more efficient. So Assistally and Venom the whole fight. And then we probably just won't use magic dots. I was also over-channeling for a lot at the beginning of the fights. So we'll just need to get in recovery right away. 24% though. That means this is doable. This is definitely doable. This is where evasive stance is nice. No, evasive stance would be a direct downgrade in this situation because it would burn our stamina twice as fast. I've played Warrior in this beta. How does it compare to Paladin? The melee damage is nice. Warrior has some pretty good melee skills. Dual wield is nice. Cleave is nice. In this particular situation with sword and shield, I would definitely just prefer to be Paladin. Lay on hands would come pretty clutch right about now. Paladin, Shaman, Necro should be very strong too. Yeah. Yeah, Paladin, Shaman, Necro is going to be absolutely solid S tier. Purecaster sucks, needs some bare minimum melee DPS. Even Bard isn't enough. Really slow if you're going to use it as a tank. Beast, maybe mid melee plus heals. Yeah, Beast unfortunately is kind of in a bad spot right now too. Did play Warrior, Shaman, Necro, mostly trying to see how swapping Shaman out for Bard feels. It'll feel worse. There's almost nothing that Bard does better than Shaman. I mean, you get a little bit more. What do you get? You get the AoE slow, I guess, for leveling. You get less dot damage. You get a worse slow. You get, even with the Bard mana regen, you get less mana because I think Cannibalize is just better. You get more damage shields on the Bard. I feel like that's about it. I see Bard as more of a leveling class, but by the time you're raiding, Shaman is just clearly better in every way. You survive in balance for a minute. Not for a minute. We can survive in balance for like 20 seconds. But yeah, not when everything's that low. Endurance drain from evasive is far more than any other stance. Yeah, in this scenario, there's not that many bosses you want to use evasive against. I have Vishan. You want to use evasive because of the melee proc. But yeah, against a boss like this, defensive is just going to be about twice as efficient most of the time. You get haste cap faster on Bard? What do you mean, like while leveling? Yeah, I think while leveling Bard is fine. The Bard has a lot. I mean, AoE slow. AoEs in general are great while leveling, but you don't need AoE when you're fighting, you know, when you're fighting Kazakh Thule. It's kind of the same issue that Druid has. It's like great for leveling, not so great for bossing. Wizard too. Although I still think there might be a way to make Wizard viable for raids. Okay, so we're gonna do overchanneled Togor straight into Malaisments, and then immediately blast recovery stance. Also, I need to like run into that building so I'm not getting trolled by this fire. I forgot how bad of a start we had at the beginning. I think with a better start, we can get that last 20%. Also, we can put Scourge here. We're not going to use fire. I don't know if I'm going to use Scourge either, but just in case things are going too well, we have that as an option. Okay, so yeah, I guess I hate this, but I'm just going to run past him. No, not the mana detonation. Come on. Come on. You cannot see your target. What do you mean? Holy shit, that was so unlucky. I can't believe they're going to give me line of sight on something whose hitbox is like 30 meters wide. Because his like right foot was around the corner. Okay, so we need a canny. Numbers will look better after the canny. Get this cooldown running. A couple more spot hills. Yeah, so endurance is once again going to be the problem here. I need to find like just the right amount of DPS. We're going to have to turn it up a little bit. Let me try throwing Scourge in the mix as well. Man, he is trolling me as wizard. I wish they had given him rogue. It is insane how much I'm getting interrupted, dude. Like, I guess that's just because he's monk. We're taking, like, so many hits. Okay, he's finally out of mana. I feel like this is somehow a worse start than the other fight. I don't know if I just got real bad RNG on wizard nukes. Man, I don't feel like I ran out of endurance. We ran out 5 minutes into the fight. I feel like I lasted a little bit longer last time. I really wish I understood why my pet sometimes just stops participating, too. I don't think we're going to make it to the next cannibalize. How did this go so much worse than the first attempt? Okay, I'm ready to hit balance stance. With a couple lucky rounds. Got some stamina back. Oh, dude, I see what's happening. He's ripping off Chloro somehow. Interesting. I wonder why. I wonder which spell is doing that. Ah, dude, I can fix that. Well, no wonder we're having so many stamina issues. Okay, we'll keep Chloro on the bar this time. I wonder what other buff he was removing. You have to be in melee range to land spells on him? Did it seem like I was not in melee range there? Give me a break. Need to change the boss's spell list. Watching CT any just themselves from casting roots is easy. They will be a lot harder if they don't just spam roots. I think some of that was intentional because, I don't know, last beta everyone acted like D4 any was so hard. I think people just hadn't quite figured out like maybe the meta yet or the right combo or the right way of using stances. Because last beta, people were acting like you had to get lucky with root spam or else you couldn't even beat them. My buff capped? What do you mean by that? How much better do you think Warrior will be compared to Monk? Always enjoyed Monk more. Do you think there are better combos for Monk than Shaman and Necromancer? Shaman? No, I think Shaman is the best class in the game for pretty much every build, no matter what you do. Shaman and Monk, you can combine that with a lot of things. You don't have to do Warrior. Warrior's the tankiest, but Shaman and Monk together are still pretty tanky. You could add whatever you want to that, honestly. You could add more melee DPS, you could add another caster. You can add a tank if you want to be safe, but you don't have to. I thought about sticking Monk in for Necro on this build, just for more melee DPS and sustain. They cast a root 14, 15 times on you. I want you to win, but that's dumb. It is dumb, yeah. They could make it a little harder. Run past and do heroic leap to pull him in the room. I don't think we need to... Well, heroic leap is... It's gonna move me, but also, like... I don't think we need to aggro him, right? He's definitely coming after me. There's no one else. I don't need to taunt him. Like, he's already on me. The aggro is not going to change whether or not we had line of sight on him. He was still targeting me. It doesn't vacuum, you know? That'd be cool if it did. There's a cap to buff debuff you can have. If you're capped, debuffs would push off buffs in the order they appear. No, there's nothing like that in EQL. There's just a series of bugs where some of your spells, some of your buffs get dispelled when you get hit with certain negative effects. It's not supposed to work that way, but there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of interactions that they just, I don't know, for whatever reason, haven't gotten around to fixing. I don't know if it's just like not a priority and they plan to launch that way, but that's kind of just how it is. You have to kind of like learn them all one at a time. Yeah, there's negative effects that'll overwrite your buffs, even though they're not supposed to. So, I don't know which one's overriding Chloroplast, that's new. I know Insidious Retrogression will overwrite my Shaman buff, my Shaman perma, but I don't know what's overriding Chloro. That's interesting. Could be any of the dots. I mean, it could be Boiled Blood, I guess? It doesn't really matter what it is, we just have to Have Chloro on the bar. Okay, so that might make a difference. I don't know how much of the fight I went without stamina regen. Let's see. How fast did he kill me the first time? Yeah, I managed to take an extra 10,000 damage in the first fight. I lasted almost 2 more minutes. Same DPS. He did 104 or 105 DPS to me both times, so I'm guessing that what happened is whatever spell he's using to rip off Chloro happened to me earlier this time than it did last time. Yeah, so all he's using, Boil Blood, it's gotta be Boil Blood. Strike, Kick, Bash. It's not Elnerix, that's just a Wizard Nuke. Avatar Power is the annoying knockback. I don't think it's Rend. I think Rend is another DD. Could be Life Leech. I don't know what this is. What is Life Leech? Did 720 damage with Life Leech? Was this a dot? 3 hits. I don't know what this is. That's his... Oh, from the sword. Because he's using the sword. Okay. Well, damn. How many Life Leeches did I get? I'm using the sword, too. I don't feel like I got that many. Oh, no shit. We did 1,800 damage with Soul Leech? Wait, that's so strong, dude. Soul Leech procs 16 times. That's I didn't realize it was going off that much. That's juicy. It's probably critting, too. Yeah, crits for 225. How many times did it crit? Does it tell me? %25 crit. That's so high. Yeah, we got lucky. What is SDPS? Is it sustained? Is that like how much it's doing for the whole fight instead of just when it's active? Is that what they're trying to say? I think Shaman, Monk, and Paladin should be able to do everything. For sure. Yeah. What is this site you're looking at? This is a program called EQ Log Parser. Yeah, Candy's pretty good for mana. I think, I mean, is it better than having Enchanter mana regen? Not necessarily. It comes down to whether or not you're going to Charm. I do think Enchanter's really strong with Charm. Without Charm, though, like, Shaman's kind of just obviously better. Enchanter brings more crowd control, which is nice. There are definitely have been some times where I wish that I had better crowd control on this build. Spell DPS? No, I don't think that's it. I mean, these are all spells, so that wouldn't be. The SDPS column is different from the DPS column, so I don't know what that is. Scaled damage per seconds? Still not quite sure what that means. You can hover over the label to show the description. Scaled to what? What does that mean? Is it just stretching out over the course of the fight? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. So this one's player time, this one's raid time. So that's saying when ODM is active, it's doing this amount of DPS. If you stretch it out over the entire fight, which I don't know why you would, but if you for some reason wanted to know. Okay, so let's hope he doesn't immediately mana detonate this time. Let's get defensive stance on. That was close. And then we got to keep our eye on Chloro. Interrupted by what? Oh my god, that's upsetting. I wonder if we should just do an inversion. Did you guys see my Togors get interrupted? Was it interrupted by me walking? That's crazy that it got interrupted. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We'll recover. His magic resist is actually low. I should just do inversion. I'm not going to do over-channeled slows on him anymore. We don't need to. Yeah, it is boiled blood. That is so cheesy. So does that mean I can't recast Chloro until boiled blood wears off? Oh my god, that is horseshit. Okay, we just gotta wait. Yeah, that means a lot of this is gonna come down to RNG then. It's just like whether he decides to spam that or not. Okay, we got Chloro back up. One quality of life change that would go super hard in this game is if your spell stopped channeling when it got interrupted. Like having to wait until the spell finishes to see if it's interrupted or not is feels very outdated. Okay, it's better than last attempt. Still not sure if it's going to be as good as the first attempt. He just boiled my blood again. He is finally out of mana. So hopefully this is the last boiled blood. $15 more seconds so we can get Chloro back on. I need to have basically 100% uptime on Venom of the Snake. It doesn't matter what mana is. Venom and Assist delete both. Nope, he just boiled blood again. Oh, God. I mean, that's one of his primary spells, right? That's Shadow Knights, so there's no combo where he's not going to do that. So I guess it is what it is. I find it hard not to be annoyed when I lose to a bug, you know? Like, if I just lose because I lost, it's one thing, but like... Oh no, dude, the game is so close to launching. I don't know why these bugs are still in the game. I don't know why they're in such a hurry to launch it, honestly. I guess Daybreak just really needs some money. I feel like this game still needs like another 2-3 months to cook. Okay, I kind of zoned out. I don't know how long Candy's been off cooldown. Oh, whoa! What was that? That was a melee hit? Man, I cannot get back to where we were in that first attempt. I wonder why it went so well. Did we just not get boiled on the first one? Okay, let's look at some numbers. See if I can figure out why that first attempt was so far ahead. So, we got pretty boiled in the first attempt too. 92 hits from boiled blood. I mean, it was on the whole fight, honestly. Yeah, 550 seconds. So we basically didn't have any Chloro the first time. What did I do differently? Boiled blood is from a proc on one of his swords. Oh, so it's not something he casts as a Shadow Knight? Skill damage per second calculates your damage output over the entire duration, even if you stop attacking. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we really need that as a metric. Tried Monk, Paladin, Bard. The lack of a slow made D2 impossible. You've got the, you've got Largos. You've got the Bard slow. That build should definitely be able to go all the way to D4. I mean, I would replace the Bard with Shaman or Enchanter, but even with just Bard, you should be able to do D4. Might just need a little gear. Warrior Shaman Necro might be the play. I went to Necro Monk Shaman myself. How'd you like it? Are you feeling a little too squishy, or do you think the Monk is enough? You want to strike while the iron is hot before earnings? What iron, though? I mean... if they release the game in a more complete state, like what? It's not like there's some external Iron. Like, they're the ones who decide when to market the game and when to release it. It won't survive if it takes that long. Too much competition coming up. Too much competition with EverQuest Legends? What other kinds of MMO light boomer games are coming out? Still annoyed at the Sonic bats getting stuck under the floor? I'm fairly confident that will never get fixed. If it hasn't been fixed in the last 30 years, I don't think they're going to fix it now. It does need a few more months. Based on what we've seen the past few updates, they'd ruin the game if they continue deving for another 2 months. What, like you don't like the decisions they've made? Why? Because they made group bosses harder? He's stronger in his base. Got stuck in the firewall. Maybe it did something. Maybe he was burning in the firewall. Do we know if the firewall burns Kazakh? Legends is good. All the revamped zones are awesome. It will continue to get better. I do think it'll continue to get better. I could list like 40 bugs right now. They would all take 30 seconds to fix, and it's like death by 1,000 cuts. It's very well geared with Monk, Paladin, Bard, and struggled at D2. I don't know. I'd have to see your gameplay, but that build should definitely curb stomp D2. What are you using defensive stance? Ultima Online Legends. Doesn't really work with Ultima Online. They could do a WoW Classic Legends. That'd be kind of dope. Monk Shaman Necro right now, so far at 26, I seem fine. Yeah, you won't have any issues leveling. It's more for rating that some builds are going to hit a wall. The game is 29 years old. There's not while the iron is hot. Yeah, that's kind of like what iron? Like the iron of people who are mad about THJ getting shut down, I guess. Monsters and Memories in October. I don't actually think that's an EQL competitor. I get that there's a lot of crossover in terms of like who streams those games and just like boomer games in general, but yeah, I don't know. I don't actually think that they're going to compete that directly. Project Ascension, releasing a new mode that's basically a WoW version of EQL. Oh, so someone actually is making a WoW Classic Legends? They should, yeah. I mean, they should absorb the private server guys. I don't know why. This has always been like a point of contention with these MMO companies. I don't know why they wouldn't just absorb the private server guys and release these game modes and monetize them like decades ago. It's baffling to me. I don't know if it's just like an ego thing. I thought it was weird how they handled THJ too, to be honest. This game is so far from THJ. It's like pretty similar. Ascension is already WoW Classic on steroids. Honestly, it doesn't really matter to me because I can't stream it. So. Yeah, I think Monsters and Memories is going to be a lot more niche. There's going to be a crowd of people who like that game, but it's going to be a much more patient, grueling type of grindy experience. It won't have the sort of like casual mass appeal that EQL has. I mean, this is for a 30-year-old game. This is going to bring a lot more people into like the boomer MMO scene than something like Eminem would, just because of the pacing and the accessibility, the low barrier to entry. Did you play a build that performed better in this fight? Well, we're level 46. I don't think anyone in the world has actually beaten this boss on D4 at level 46. So don't think the build is bad. The build is insanely overpowered. We're purposely doing this nerfed. I mean, even if I just went and grinded some gear, this would get easy very quickly. THJ could go to 65 and kill Quorum. Okay, I mean, that's just content, though. That's not like... It's not like different. That just means it's progressed further. It was developed longer. People stream it, why can't you? People stream WoW private servers? I don't think so. Pretty sure Twitch will shut down your channel for that. People might stream it to like 10 viewers. But if you're partnered, I wouldn't stream it. I think it's that the large companies are too expensive, slow, and risk-averse to do what seems obvious to most. I guess. I don't see the risk. I mean, the risk is allowing these companies to develop their own expansions for the games. Those always seem to make it worse. Hiring a proven emulator that's already got tens of thousands of fans and crazy amounts of monetization seems like the opposite of a risk. It seems like literally zero risk, all upside. Yeah, it definitely doesn't have as much content as THJ, but I mean, it's, in terms of the game itself, it's I would say it's highly similar. I think THJ was a little bit more like you could get a lot stronger in THJ than you can in this. But I think that's also just tied to the fact that you could go further. Pretty salty about the group XP situation. Groups are literally punished. Love the solo viability and despise that grouping XP is deliberately awful. Do you think it's deliberately awful? It just splits it by the number of people in the group, doesn't it? Yeah, grouping is better for grinding moats. It's better for grinding gear. If you run out of mobs, then it's worse for XP, but I don't think it's like intentionally, maliciously slower than grouping. What would you want it to be? Like, what would you change? EQL has the potential to end up with more content than THJ due to them partnering with Daybreak. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know what's... I'm sure that having access to like the actual people who own the modern EQ makes it easier in some sense. Well, the power in THJ is you could buy massive equipment in the bazaar for 100 plat each. That's true. Yeah, you could buy like Lockling gear on your level 10. How many expansions do they open up with THJ? I don't know. I didn't play it at the beginning. Okay, let's see why. Let's see if we can figure out. Nope, that's the wrong one. Yeah, we're basically boiled the whole fight on both fights. Same DPS from Elnerix in both fights. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Melee hits? We got nuked a couple more times in this one. There's an extra rend and there's an extra mana detonation. But the rest is the same. I mean, even the melee DPS looks the same. I don't know why this one felt so much harder. Let me look at my DPS for both of these. So we did 98 in the first attempt. We did 99 in the second attempt. If we did the same amount of DPS and we took the same amount of DPS, why was the second fight so much worse? I am confused. Oh, never mind. That's damage taken. Okay. So in this most recent one, we took hella more damage. We did 67. Attempt number 2, we did 73. Attempt number 1, we did 77. Okay. But yeah, damage taken for attempts 1 and 2 is pretty close. For number 3, it's definitely higher. I think we did legit take some extra nukes in number 3. But I don't know about 1 and 2. I don't know why they're so far apart. Group XP is a wash. Split XP, but kill twice as fast. Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on how you do it. If you're in an area that doesn't have a high mob population, then grouping is going to slow you down. You can increase difficulty, but the extra difficulty doesn't add as much experience as it does health to the mobs. I think EQL would have been amazing as a standalone product and is in Team's own right pretty awesome. There's a slight stain of THJ existed and it was free. I don't care about this not being free. If they want to charge $10 a month, that's fine. You help me solidify this is the build I'll play? This one right here, Maru? I would try the other tanks too. I don't know that Warrior is necessarily the one, but yeah, Shaman Necro is gonna be a really crazy combo. Is this CT its same difficulty? Yeah, these are all D4 attempts. Never understand people who complain about paying monthly. I think people are just used to, you know, not doing that. So many online games are free now. I think people see a monthly sub as like a boomer thing. A monthly sub is Unk now. I believe it's Unk. Did I use that correctly? It's OG, not Unk. Depends on who you ask. Took some mid-20s into Runny Eye D4 to get them gear. It was crazy and fun. Runny Eye is the craziest zone in the game. The only zone that's harder than Runny Eye is Plane of Fear. Runny Eye is so ridiculous on D4, dude. Those goblins just zoom around the zone at 100 miles per hour. You stop anywhere, you get 15 ads immediately. Forgot to summon a pet. Alright, I'm going to try this one more time, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to surrender and go to Plane of Sky. I don't mind paying either, especially if they are going to develop new zones. Yeah, I would definitely... I don't have any problem with the monthly sub. The only issues with the monetization I have, I think the AA potion thing is stupid. And I think that the loadouts are like egregiously expensive. I don't really care if they sell the race unlocks and all that. It's like whatever. If you don't want to do it, you can pay for it. Okay, fine. But like loadouts, it's like I have to pay extra money to get my UI to not make me uninstall the game, really. That part definitely left a bad taste in my mouth. They said they are going to be able to earn loadouts in game, so maybe that will be okay. I guess we'll know soon enough. The new Crushbone, the revamped gear is a little ridiculous. The boots from Crushbone are a little out of control. Yeah, I kind of think they need to get nerfed. How do they sustain income from future content without a cash shop, which people also complain about? I mean, there's like 5 people working on this. How much money does they need to make? I don't know. Monthly sub seems to get the job done for much more expensive projects than this in the past. I don't know what the burn rate for EverQuest Legends is, but I don't think it's like 100K a month. What kind of weapon do you prefer to give your enchanter pets? I haven't played with Charm since they added pet gear. If you're talking about just the regular enchanter pet, the whatever one-hander you have with the higher ratio is usually the one to go with. Okay. Immediately knocked back. Why am I over-channeling? I said I wasn't going to do this. We do need to overchannel the Malazement. I think that's the only spell we need to overchannel. For some reason, this thing gets resisted so much more than all my other spells. Feels like spells have some kind of internal resist modifier other than the one that they show you. Kind of juggled this time. This is a little bit of a greedy cannibalize. This might kill me. I feel like I'm getting knocked back way more in this one. Okay, are we actually dead? Man, he's proccing avatar power like every 2 seconds. That's crazy. Alright. I don't know. I mean, that was just like really horrid RNG, but I don't know if I want to keep attempting this. I think if we were Paladin, we would beat it. Having Lay on Hands would make this pretty cozy. Having Mage Hunter would be great. Being able to just toggle it when he charges up an Ice Comet. Using Mage Hunter for Canny too. It would just save me so much damage. We would still have endurance issues, but I'd have so much more health. I think we could handle it. I don't have Paladin leveled up, but I do have Shadow Knights. Should we give it a try? What time is it? I'm supposed to go somewhere tonight. Might have to do this tomorrow. Okay, let me pop out into... figure out real quick. Is he holding a blood fire? He's holding something. He's cooking me with blood boil the whole fight. And it's ripping off my chloroplast and making me very salty. Cash shop is fine. I plan to pay for as many equipment slots as I can. I don't think you could buy equipment slots. Do you mean like inventory? What if they just sold any slots in the cash shop? AA potion is only 5 AAs, so it's only 1 to 2 hours of save time. I mean, it's paying money to make your character stronger. I think it's cringe. I think someone who actually loves the game that they're making wouldn't add that to the shop. I think they're being forced to do that by the publisher. Do Enchanter Charms only give 4 slots? I think they get whatever the number of slots that your build has is. I don't know if it changes for Charm, but I haven't tried it yet. They had 10 years to do the private server. You think they worked on THJ for 10 years? Is there a reason I can't trade a quest item to an NPC? Been stuck at Old Doug for 30 minutes. Oof. What's the problem that you're encountering? Lay on Hands and Cannibalize interactions play too well together in conjunction with Mage Hunter. Yeah, I think Paladin's definitely the one. I do want to test Shadow Knight though and at least see how that compares to Warrior. We're gonna be kind of in worse gear, but that does come with the territory. Oh, I have to change my primary. Okay, Shaman and then Shadow Knights, Necro. No, let's do this. I'm gonna load the other one. Should I? God, I hate having 2 loadouts so much. I think we load the other one and I'll just swap Magician for Necro. That should be less of a pain in the ass. Because then I don't have to redo all the gear. Hopefully. Oh, I gotta find all the gear. Uh-oh. I might not have enough Shadow Knight gear to pull this off. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. I wish I could, like, pop this screen out. Is there a way to... I need legs and feet. We could wear the slave trammels. Unironically. I gotta go see what I have in the bank. Try not to use the candy bug. No, we won't use it. I'll time it. Trying to trade in the package, not getting a trade window at all. Do you get a message in your chat when you click the item on him? What 3 classes would you choose for your character if you knew you would always be playing with 2 other people? Kind of depends on what those people are playing, right? I mean, if they're playing support classes, then I would play some kind of like full send DPS build. But if they're playing DPS, then I would probably tank or support. Or some combo. Did you ever get a Blood Moon? No, I've killed Interruck a gazillion times. And looted all the other gear a bunch, but never a Blood Moon. We did not kill CT. No, the lowest I got him was 23%. So we're going to try it again with Shadow Knight. Do I have Umbral? Ooh, Umbral legs would be really good. I have worse gear on this setup, so I don't know. I don't know, boys. I don't know how this is going to go. Traveling Solarettes? No, we need to replace those. There's another Umbral Bracer. Umbral Vam Braces. That's good. What else? Okay, none of the rest of this matters. I don't think I actually have anything in any of these bags. Let's grab D-Jarns. Okay, and then weapon-wise, Serpent's Tooth probably still the best option. I was using Earthshaker to do like AoE cleaving because of how high the base damage is on an alt. And it actually was pretty sick. Where did I stick? Maybe it's still in storage. How good is this thing? Oh, it's not that good. There's a proc on it. What does this do? Okay, I think we stick with the same weapon. I don't think we do Earthshaker, though. I gotta figure out where... They must have just got put back in here. There we go. Soul Leech. Oh, we definitely need to make sure we have Rokals on. Okay. I need to do like a full audit of the... Yeah, we need Emissary Mask. Oh, we don't. Never mind. Wrong mask. Wait, what does this one do? Oh, Proof Healing 1? Okay. I don't even know why I still have that. Blade Stopper Exaltation. Do I have more than one of these? Interesting. I don't know why that's not in Blade Stopper. They must have just ripped them all out. Oh, you know what? I just realized I should have swapped. Once we upgraded Blade Stopper, I should have taken it out of the NE slot because I had Rainbow Hues. So that would have been like another 10 AC. Rolko goes in. Shield of the Immaculate. The rest of this stuff we don't need? Question mark. Burning Affliction, improved damage, spell haste, range. We got mana in the neck. We got enhancement in the shields. Healing in the range. Is there a better range item that I should be using? Can Shadow Knight use Runed Bone Fork? This is a really hard item to search for. Am I spelling it wrong? There it is. Yes. Shadow Knights can. It just has resist though. It doesn't have. I guess there's not really a way to get AC, right? There's not a lot of like weapons with AC on them in terms of what could go here. Trade to an NPC. I target them with left click the item till it's on my cursor, then drag onto the PC and left click right. It's the same way I got the package. Target them. I don't think you have to target them at all. Left click the item. Yeah, so you just click on it to pick it up. And then you click on the guy. And then it'll pop up a window. And then you like have to confirm it in that window. So is that window not popping up? Blood Moon drops from Lord of Ire. It might drop from both. The wiki says it drops off Inaruk. I think I looted it from Lord of Ire last beta. I might have looted it on both of them last beta. Would it be a stronger comp to be full tank, 1 DPS, 1 full support, or to do regular mix? Would it be a stronger comp to be full? Oh, I see what you mean. So if you have multiple players, would you have everyone play kind of a mix of everything, or would you have people specialize? I would have everyone play a shaman, and that pretty much covers all your bases. And then after that, they can pick whatever they want. You don't need to go that full. I mean, the closest you could get to like a full tank would be like warrior plus monk. There's not really any other classes you could add that would make you any tankier. I mean, there's buffs and stuff, but you can have other people buff you. Yeah, as long as your tank is like a warrior monk, I don't think it really matters what they are. Probably should just be shaman. And then In terms of heals, again, shaman. Like if someone wants to play cleric, that's fine. But shaman's good. Paladin's fun as like a tank DPS healer kind of mixture. Somebody could be a paladin. Yeah, I don't think I would worry too much about like min maxing the roles. There's some in terms of like specifically melee DPS. You could argue that there's some pretty intense synergy if you were to go like berserker, monk, rogue, and then run berserker stance and get like double cooldown on your backstabs and your kicks and stuff. But you're also gonna run out of stamina really fast, so it's hard to say what the value of that would be. I haven't tried to like push that to its limit because it's not solo viable. But in theory, yeah, playing like multiple melee classes together, there can be some synergy, either in terms of striker stance or berserker stance. Um, in terms of playing casters together, shaman and necro go together really well because of dots. Wizard and druid go together well if you're nuking. So like those are some pairings you can think about. But honestly, I think you guys should just play whatever the hell you find fun if you're playing in a group, and I think you'll find a way to make it work. What's the candy bug? Reeve currently lowers the cooldown of cannibalize by a ton, like 45 seconds. So your cannibalize is basically always up. You have infinite mana. It's kind of goofy. Paladin, berserker, monk, or ranger maybe. I don't think berserker's bringing anything to the table in terms of tanking. They don't have higher skill caps than the other tanks or anything like that. Warrior um, has the highest AC cap. It has the highest parry. Um, I think it has equal defense to the other tanks. But in terms of just like not taking damage, Warrior and Monk are really the only two that come to mind. Because Monk has some extra AC and Mend, um, which is self only. So you can't have someone else like mend you. But yeah, I mean, there's other stuff you could throw in there. You could throw like a cleric in there if you want to heal yourself, and then your teammates can just focus on blasting and they don't have to heal you at all. But yeah, if you want to be self sufficient, you could do like warrior, monk, cleric. You could do paladin, monk, enchanter, which is an S tier build for solo also. And then you can do all kinds of shit. You can heal, you can CC. There's really so much you can do, man. I wouldn't sweat it too much. There's a bunch of ways to make it work. Warrior, monk, threat will be kind of low. That's true. Yeah, I'm not really thinking about threat. I honestly have no idea what you need to do to keep threat off of a 3-class combo in this game. I haven't tested that at all. Yeah, Swifty, I'm not sure. I'm sorry that happened. If there's like an error, you'll see it in your main chat if it says something that's going wrong. It's possible that you're just clicking on yourself. Um, if you open options and do click through self, maybe that's, I don't know. It's without like seeing what's happening on your screen. It's hard. It's hard to say what's going on. Monk has block, which warrior doesn't have. Well, you would play them together, right? Does warrior not get block? I thought I saw block leveling. Warrior gets block. Monk block is higher though. Yeah, monk gets 205 block. Warrior gets 180. Can do SK Berserker Shaman when it comes out. Not wasting time anymore with the beta. There you go. You're ready to go. Monk is only adding around 1% avoidance. Well, don't you just get raw, like, Monk AC for having low weight, too, once you get Pack Rat and all that leveled up? Okay, I can't use these, but I believe the pet can still use them. Yeah, okay, we didn't get a message. The boots. I was gonna replace the boots. This is so funny. There we go. I got my Crushbone boots on, you guys. Okay. I think that's about as good as it's gonna get. Couple pieces downgraded, but not too bad. I don't think I've ever been this ugly in a video game. I just need to take this in for a second. There is nothing about this that is working. I mean, truly. The weapon's horrible. Not a single color matches anything. My hands and my feet are exposed, which are the worst possible things. Like, you can get away with no helmet. You could get away with, like, a gap in your arms, you know? Like toes and fingers, worst possible things to be out there. We're wearing a stupid coif instead of a plate helmet. The only way this could be worse is if we had no pants also. Like I guess this is technically even uglier. Although now it at least seems kind of intentional, you know, like we're trolling. Oh boy, okay. Your toenails match your breastplate? Is that the same? Is that the same yellow? You shrink and you can be kind of cute. That's true. That's true. We could shrink 3 times. 3 times we could shrink. Your frog was ugly too, but at least it had Ghoulbane. Excuse me? When was my frog ugly? My frog was literally rocking a loam-encrusted robe. He looked beautiful. What helmet was he using? I don't remember what helmet he was using, but I assume that was beautiful too. He had the helmet with the thingy, the little tassel coming out of it. And then before that, we had Leather Helm, which also looks fucking sick on Froglocks. I don't know what you're talking about. At least you're not in Befallen Arms legs like 90% of people. I mean, I was before we got to Plane of Hate. We were rocking a lot of Befallen leather for most of the game. You can shrink multiple times? You can shrink so much, dude. You can get so tiny in this game. And every time you shrink, it feels like you're moving faster. Because it's like the same animation, but you're covering more distance. Well, you're covering the same amount of distance. I'm not explaining it right. It looks like you move hella fast. It's great. You feel like you're zooming, dude. When you're like triple shrink and you're running around Guck, you feel like you're zooming like 1,000,000 miles per hour. Even though it's exactly the same speed. Would you go with SK and Necro both? I would go with Paladin. I think SK is kind of bad, but we're testing it just because it's beta and we have it leveled up, so we might as well test it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Paladin is pretty much better in every way. The one thing that SK really brings to the table is Vampiric Embrace. And I guess Reeve. I mean, I don't know. Reeve just feels like a worse version of Smite. You're spending health instead of mana. My health and mana pools are pretty close. I guess as we get geared, my HP pool would probably pull away from my mana pool a bit more. But yeah, I mean, it feels like Reeve and Smite are gonna do the same-ish damage, but Harm Touch is just way less useful than Lay on Hands. And you would rather spend mana for damage than spend health for damage because you can convert mana into health a lot more easily than you can convert health into mana. So I think Paladin's kind of just better. They both have good weapon choices. I think Paladin end game weapons are better. Paladin planar set looks cool. Honestly, both the Paladin and the Shadow Knight planar sets look cool once you actually have them. We only have the arms and the bracers. But like a full set of this actually does look pretty dope. What else? Paladin gets the best shield in the game, and it's like miles ahead of the other shields. Although eventually, when you're strong enough, you're probably gonna be dual wielding. But having a really nice shield is great for your like early progression into the planes before you're super geared. Yeah, I leveled up Paladin last beta. I didn't level one up this beta. This beta I have Warrior and Shadow Knight because I wanted to compare those two. And I think overall I would rank Shadow Knight at the bottom, but I'm gonna give it a try. We're gonna go find some Kha'Zix Duel and see if it feels better. Give me 1 second, boys. I gotta see what my plans are tonight. See if I have time to do this. What's this guy doing? My quest tonight is to make it out of the tutorial? See if you can like hop into Discord and screen share or something. Maybe someone will see what's happening. I don't know. I would say make sure click through yourself is on, so you're not actually clicking on yourself when you try to hand it to the NPC. And then just look at your main chat and see if like an item is popping up when you try to turn it in. Maybe something weird is happening. Spectre's one of the coolest looking mobs in the history of gaming. It is. We need a Spectre illusion. All right, guys. I gotta head out. Sorry, we're gonna have to do the Shadow Knight stuff tomorrow. I didn't mean to tease y'all, but I gotta get going. We will pick this up in the afternoon. So we have a few days left. We're gonna test Shadow Knight versus Warrior properly, and then we're gonna level whichever one I like better. We're gonna do Shaman Necro Tank at level 50, and we're just gonna like see how hard we can pump. Basically, we already know it's gonna beat everything, but we're gonna see what kind of crazy numbers we can put up compared to the last beta and the last build. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your nights. We'll go do a little raid on Twitch. Let's see who else is streaming. We'll go visit... We'll go visit This Is How I Paladin. And you guys can hit him up with your questions. If you're on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, good luck. You'll have to find someone on your own. See you guys tomorrow.